check in with Velma, see how things are going. Oh, it's back down to 50%. It's funny because every time this happens, a critic will run in and give this a better score so that it doesn't dip below 50%, which it's already done once. It actually dipped to 46 or 48%, and then some good reviews magically rolled in to fix it. Audience score seems to be staying at 6%, which is pretty bad. We've talked about that before. This is now the third worst rated show of all time. Quite an accomplishment. Mindy Kaling should be very proud of herself. You have to try to do that, I think. Like, that's... To get to that level of failure, that is... It's an accomplishment in itself. It really is. It really is. So I'm eagerly awaiting the moment that this drops below 50%. What an embarrassing feat it'll be when this is lower than 50 permanently. Only 28 ratings. You know what's funny about this show? I really did think that this was going to get the Santa Inc. treatment, which still, I believe, has no ratings for its Rotten Tomatoes. Because they just didn't want to go there with it. Everyone just stayed away from it. Because it was so bad that they didn't want to go against it because, well, it's doing all the right things that they like this show does. But this show, you actually had 28 souls willing to give it a rating to criticize. And so that's just kind of funny. Everyone's willing to step up and say, this is shit. Maybe it's Seth Rogen. Maybe that's why they didn't want to criticize Santa Inc. because they're all afraid of him. Wasn't it him and Sarah Silverman? They didn't want to criticize them. So things not going well. Got even worse actually, because you actually have an alumni of Scooby-Doo. This woman played Daphne on a version of Scooby-Doo. I don't think she played the original. She's too young for that. She played a Daphne, I think, from... Maybe she did play the original. I don't know. I don't think she did. There's no way she played the original Daphne. I think she played her on a more recent version of her. But either way, she did play a Daphne, and she's taken some shots at the show. She said, Jeepers.
Jeepers.
Jeepers. Which
is
bad. And she posts this picture. Velma becomes worst rated animated TV series in IMDb history. And somebody says to her, every time they don't have you back as Daphne, that edition of Scooby-Doo is a disaster. Wonder why. And she posts a couple of hearts and nail polish meme or emojis there. So I wonder if she watched it and didn't hate it. Now, what's funny, usually... Fred's a rich white guy. Jiggy, shut the F up. That's actually pretty good. I think I'm going to use that as a thumbnail eventually. But everyone in here is laughing. And agreeing. And agreeing. Because the show is shit. You're a better Daphne. At last, you finally acknowledge this crappy Scooby-Doo spin-off existence. So what's your opinion on Velma? I missed this Daphne already. Gray really said troll. Zoinks. Don't think it would be a ripoff and thought they would at least ask you to play Daphne since you're one of the best voices I know to do her. There's no love for this franchise in this series. They only have the tie-in to get a reaction. If these characters went by any other names, no one would watch or care, but real fans know the gang is better than this. That's actually a very true comment. If they had gone with original characters and done their own thing, nobody would be watching this and nobody would care. I wouldn't be making videos on it. I wouldn't be talking about it. I don't care what they do with original characters. Put it out there to die. Or be good. But given what they've done with this, it wouldn't have mattered if they had made original characters or not. It would have been shit. It would have been awful. No one would have wanted to touch it. So it's just, I like seeing this. It's funny. Please stop calling her Velma. It's not Velma. It's Mindy. It's just another egotistical self-insert. I actually agree. So everyone in here is trashing it. Everyone in here is trashing it, and I think that that's hilarious because it's awful. Some people are covering it. Gray DeLisi, voice of Daphne, throws shade at Velma. Jeepers. And then you see a picture of Daphne there on the stage, and then the other one is a screenshot of what she posted. This is from the Cartoon News and at Scooby History. Now, I don't think any of these are official accounts of Cartoon Network or Warner's. Just fan accounts. Even the fan accounts are shitting on Velma.
Yeah.
Nobody's running defense for this show. That shows you how bad it is. It really is. Because usually, when something like this happens, and a couple have tried, they'll run out and they'll run damage control. And they'll try to, shit on the fans and make the fans that don't like this stuff look bad. And they tried that, and it didn't work. Because everyone's actually watched this and agrees that it's awful. That's why it's the third worst television series of all time. It speaks for itself on how bad it is. So, you can call it review bombing or whatever you want, but it's not really going to work this time. And that makes me love this even more. I love seeing this show go down in flames because it deserves to. You took a beloved franchise and you shit on it, and you expect people to praise that just because it's woke? No, I don't think so. And Mindy Kaling's getting a lot of heat. A lot of people trying to run defense for her, and it's not working. I wonder if she'll be able to work again after this, to be honest. Because, you put something like out, you've now lost Warner, probably a couple $1 million in the toilet. We'll see. I guess it'll depend if that season 2 really happens. And if that season 2 happens, then F Warner anyway, but at this point you will deserve all of the hate and money that you lose. But look at this. I just wanted to bring this up before we end the video. CBR.com made an article not too long ago talking about how this version of Shaggy is the best version yet. And now they put out a video, or now they put out an article saying Velma solves the mystery of the most toxic male, and it's not Fred. No, it's now Shaggy. So now CBR.com doing an about face because they've realized that, because they always run damage control. Now they've realized that even the people that they're trying to please hate this show, so now they're flipping the script. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Anyway, that's pretty much it. Let me know what you guys think. Also, if you would, please like, subscribe, share the video. Make sure you're still subscribed, hit that notification bell, throw a like up, check out my Rumble and Locals, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Wait, want me to
Make
throw
sure to
up?
check out my Locals. There's a link in the description. It's a fun community that I'm trying to build over here. If you don't want to support me on YouTube, you can come over here. None of that money goes to YouTube. You also can just come over here for free. But if you are a supporter over here, I do plan on doing an extra live stream once a month and throwing links to the supporters so you can actually come on and have a supporter live stream with me. Also, it's a good place to catch all of my content. You don't have to worry about notifications like YouTube. They'll definitely work over here. So come check out my Locals.
This video is brought to you by Rocket Money.
You're so loud. Stop.
I would like to take this moment to formally apologize to the Scooby-Doo WWE crossover movie. I'm sorry, movies with an S, plural. Compared to the Velma series, these films are true cinema.
Can we help you kids out?
John Cena!
So yeah, this new Velma series on
Wait.
HBO Max, it sucks. I had my doubts. So yeah, this new
Cena! John Cena!
Oh god.
So yeah, this new Velma series on HBO Max, it sucks. I had my doubts after watching the trailer, but I did not expect it to be this bad. I watched the first 2 episodes and just walked away with a feeling of disdain, which is appropriate since the show itself hates its viewers just as much.
You know what 420 is, right?
Yeah, it's code for adults who still watch cartoons.
I don't know who this is for. Who wants this? Who asked for this? I have no clue. Nobody likes it. This show is like a straw man of what right-wing media outlets think, what they perceive as woke media. God, I hate that term so much. I had to dig deep just to find some form of positive merit in this show. Something I could add to this discussion that isn't just dunking on its problems, though said dunking is very well deserved. Now, I was actually able to find some points of praise, but we'll get to those here in a bit.
It has good
Because the
visuals.
brilliant Velma Dinkley knows everything about everyone.
That's
Isn't
pretty
afraid
much
to
it.
Say it.
Exactly. I spit truth without a filter, like every comedian before #MeToo.
Look, are you in or are you out?
Now, for those who don't know, Velma is a new entry in the Scooby-Doo franchise, but it brings something fresh to the table by taking an adult approach to its premise. Something that is, on paper, kind of a cool concept. I grew up with Adult Swim and watched Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law, Venture Brothers, all shows that were enjoyable satires or
Venture
parodies of
Brothers.
their respective properties. I remember the episode where Harvey Birdman defended Scooby and Shaggy in court because he thought that they were like in trouble for drug use, but denied it. That was just their personalities. I love how abrupt the ending is. It never says if it was drugs or not. Wonderful, hilarious, I love it. And you can tell that these series all have respect and appreciation for the original shows they're based on.
Guys, meet your new attorney, Mr. Birdman.
Now, which one of you is Shaggy?
Like I am.
Okay, that's your street name. What's the name your mom's gave you?
For Velma? Oh, no, not at all. It's like it spits in the face of its source material and does the complete opposite in the most cynical way possible. Bad writing, folks, is the culprit here, and it takes no prisoners. Bring back the Velma I used to know, the one who dated Johnny Bravo.
It started innocently enough. She'd lost her glasses. I found them. Here you go, little nearsighted mama. She smiled at me through those
Little
Coke bottle
nearsighted
frames
mama.
and said, "Jinkies."
God, I miss those days. Again, an adult animated entry for the Scooby-Doo franchise caught my attention at first, and then realizing it was focused on Velma kicked up my curiosity even more so. A Velma show? That's different. And over the years, Velma has become more beloved as a character. I guess you can chalk that one up to how nerds are more like socially accepted now and hey, even kind of hot. Daphne? Oh no, get her away from me. Don't like her. Move over. Velma is where it's at. Unless it's this Velma. The one who actively hates everyone and everything with the most annoying dialogue possible.
But also that he was just another entitled rich guy who might kill someone because he has a tiny dong.
The Velma series is about, unsurprisingly, Velma. How she's a disenfranchised nerd at her high school. How her mother is missing. How the usual Scooby-Doo gang is initially fractured. And also, whoa, hold on, missing Scooby. Hey, where is he? Oh, Warner's like, yo, you can do your adult show? No Scooby though, he's for kids. He'll be tainted by the adult humor. Scooby, consider yourself lucky. You dodged a rollet. Is that how you say bullet? A rollet? Scooby itself is such a bizarre, timeless franchise. It entered the ranks of Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny immortality, and has the latitude of exploring weird stories or movies because, hey, why the hell not? Scooby with a WWE crossover? Sure, cool. Scooby with Bobby Flay? Okay, why not? Scooby with Courage, the Cowardly Dog? Hey, you know what? Actually, that's kind of smart, and I love it. The template of Scooby-Doo lends itself over quite well with crossovers, which, you know, admittedly is one of the, like, cornerstones of Scooby and goes back to, like, the very beginning. And it also lends itself well over to new generations of the show in general. Mystery Incorporated is the GOAT by a long shot.
But you've got a job as a teacher. Why do you need more money?
Oh, my bad.
But in the majority of the creative entries and reinterpretations of Scooby, I never felt like it ever lost sight of what made these characters great. Until Velma. For example, in this show, Daphne is a mean, popular girl who is at odds with Velma. I mean, oh sure, that could work. I guess we can see where it goes. What about Fred? Oh, Fred is like some insecure idiot who is helpless and concerned about the size of his Oscar Mayer wiener. Okay, creative question mark? Not really. And then you got Shaggy, aka Norval, who is a nerd who loves Velma, but is dismissed as a friend, and he like never says like Scoob, looks like. We don't get that. There's no like. What happened to you, Shaggy? And then there's Velma, the worst offender of all. She's jaded, short-tempered, and lashes out with insulting retorts and quips. Personality traits that are like the antithesis of the original character. I mean, I suppose she likes to solve mysteries, but like, that's it.
My mother wrote mysteries. And from that day on, she'd give me little mysteries to solve while she worked and smoked. Like the case of the missing idea juice. But eventually, I grew bold and sought mysteries of my own.
I don't care about the race swapping. I really don't. It's not an issue to me. If that's your problem, then like, you're not watching the show properly. And also you're like stupid too. The franchise has been around long enough to take creative leaps and shake things up. I'm much more concerned about the writing for the characters.
I don't care about race swapping overall
Mindy
as
Kaling,
well.
the
The
main
problem
lead
is
attached to
that
the show
that's
as a
just
producer,
another
also
bullet.
the voice actor of the titular Velma is on record saying, quote, "The essence of Velma is not necessarily tied to her whiteness. And I identify so much as her character. And I think so many people do. So it's like, yeah, let's make her Indian in this series." End quote. You know what? That's fine. But for Velma, the character, with her writing in this show, well, she feels more like Mindy's self-insert OC of Velma.
Because she
than her
is.
original character, Nelma. Because I tell you this, there's nothing about Velma in this show that reminds me of the original Velma, except for the fact they have the same names and wear the same clothes. That's it. You relate to Velma, Mindy? Really? How so? Because I definitely don't see it reflected in the show whatsoever.
This is my story, told my
It is
way.
just a
I'm
sound
not
insert
Sonic.
OC.
I'm my original character, Blonic.
Now, for what it's worth, Mindy has
Blonic.
been the lightning rod of hate for this series, which is understandable considering that her name is plastered all over it. But the show creator and one of the main writers is Charlie Grandy. Charlie here has been working with Mindy for many years now, so it's not surprising to see the two team up for Velma. Both deserve criticism, but Charlie much more so than Mindy, since, you know, he made the show. Like, the animation studio that made this is literally called Charlie Grandy Productions. Now, I mentioned already that these characters seem like the antithesis of the originals. For example, the OG Fred is a lovable himbo, while this Fred is a dense, short-tempered idiot who can't even cut his own food. An interesting spin, but that does not make it inherently good. I actually suspect that the creators of this show were like, let's do the characters like Always Sunny characters with their irreverent personalities. That'd be funny. Which my theory is bolstered by the presence of Glenn Howerton from Always Sunny, who plays Dennis on the show. You got him as the voice of Fred. The Scooby Gang, but combative jerks? That's kind of like rubbing against the grain here, and it does not work at all. Like, that kind of approach works for Sunny because that was the original concept, and that their characters are so outlandishly awful that I enjoy seeing them suffer. But the characters in Velma are just slightly awful, not like abhorrent. But they also don't get the same level of comeuppance as the characters of Sunny. So instead, we're like supposed to, I guess, root for them? I don't think so. Don't like them. Also, it does not help that the dialogue in this show doubles down on its contempt with excruciating humor via name-calling pot shots.
Narc. White girl with too much money. White girl with too much money.
You don't know me.
Oh, and don't even get me started on the self-aware comedic tone. Oh, this moment happening right now is like a show that we are acknowledging right now, and it's tropes, but we are not a show, and we wouldn't do the trope, but we're gonna do the trope after all. Haha.
Did you see two achievements?
Is good
What happened?
storytelling.
Then why was your favorite part of the Riverdale pilot when Betty and Veronica kissed?
Well, because it was instantly called out as tired in the scene.
No, it's because it was hot.
You can have it both ways.
No, you can't.
You know, just because you point out that your script is cliched and stupid, it doesn't change the fact that your script is cliched and stupid.
Self-aware meta comedy can work, but it requires nuance. To just come out the gate with said tone, then to fall back on it time and time again is incredibly annoying. Yes, we get it. The characters know that they're in a show. Immersion broken and tension forsaken. Well done. Who cares? This kind of writing only works when the characters are, how do you put it? Good. For example, take Granddad from the Boondocks. In one episode, he's with a guy who's like, oh, I'm actually the son of you. But Granddad does not know that yet. They're at a strip club, and like both their stories sync up so perfectly, but Granddad is so oblivious, so overwhelmingly ignorant that he says things like, there's no chance that could be related to me. Haha, I'm like, that's funny. It's like that in application is funny to me because he's just that dense.
I always wondered what happened to her. I guess I'll never know. Gone for good. I would never ever in a million years know what happened to her. Oh well.
You know, my mom's name is Marietta.
Really? What a random, completely unrelated coincidence that had nothing to do with me.
Even the animation is subpar. It's very stiff and rigid for the most part, with very little anticipation and exaggeration, which in turn makes the movement of these characters look weightless and lack impact. Now, there are some moments of quality animation, specifically the scenes where Velma hallucinates, but those scenes are few and far between. Now, I did mention
I don't like
this.
No, stop.
And that includes the designs of the characters.
I don't like the
race swapping, and they're like, that's not my Shaggy, you know, but like, just sit down, relax, hear me out. Look at the designs. They're pretty damn good. A wonderful use of different shapes in the faces of the gang that give them a distinct and polished look. Their mouths, their eyes, their noses. There's some wonderful variety here with solid rim lighting. Now, unfortunately, said designs are attached to incredibly unlikable characters. So, you know, for the artists who might be watching this video, shout out to you. You tried your best. I think these designs are pretty fun. If this was like some multiverse of Scooby, where it was separate from the actual timeline, in concept and writing, it could have worked. And you tried. These designs, they tried. But you were stuck with some pretty bad writing, so what can you do? Speaking of terrible writing, the audacity of this show to borrow from Mean Girls, right? Oh, Velma and Daphne were childhood friends who now hate each other in high school. Okay, sure, why not? And by the way, I admittedly had a Velma is gay on my bingo card because I don't know, I felt like that's becoming a bit more of a modern trope where the main character, you know, like here's the old character long ago and now they're gay, which is like, again, that's fine.
So funny how these people just start to accepting that. Like, dude, that has been around for at least 5 years. Stop denying it. Jesus.
Like, oh, blushing. Oh, you're so close to me.
Started almost 10 years ago.
Where was the tension? Where was the build-up? Set the table.
No matter how many times people say, yeah,
it was not.
Don't use that word anymore. It loses all of its meaning. This is woke garbage, woke crap. Wokeness shoved in your fucking nostrils. Just stop, please.
Bad writing. And this series, might I add, just feels hurried, but also relies on like telling rather than showing. Exposition, exposition, exposition. Just Velma dumping her story, which is like pretty bizarre because the Scooby franchise is based on, what was that again? Oh, mystery. How can you screw that up? Where's your pacing? Rather than, again, setting the table for an emotional journey, they just bum rush Velma's tragic background, convoluted story, and then expect the audience to be invested in a character who has a repulsive personality. Hell, I hope the monsters win, or whatever old guy's wearing a mask. I hope that they win. Overall, this series sucks, just undeniably blows, and I doubt it will improve as the season proceeds on. Now, I saw the headline about season 2 being announced, but that was already like confirmed back in 2022. It's automatic renewal, especially with names as big as Mindy. Now, I know some folks are saying that HBO Max like deliberately made a bad thing, being like, oh, it's hot trash in order to get hate clicks and hate watching. Folks, I think you're giving them way too much credit. It is just bad.
Exactly.
It's just
I don't think
they
like it's not bad on purpose.
Or, like, unopposed when it comes to creative
it's
feedback.
just
Look,
pathetic.
I'm sure
That's
that
it.
there are folks who are like, this is not good, but like we don't want to get fired, so we won't speak up. That's what I suspect. So yeah, if you want to watch something good in this vein, go watch Venture Brothers or Mike Tyson's Mysteries instead. Your brain cells will thank you for it. But hey, if the show actually improves, I will admit I was wrong. But again, I highly doubt that.
Get on, Scoob! It just dawned on me. Scooby Doofy!
A new year, a new me. And I'm trying my best to save money, which can be honestly challenging at times. Everything is digital for me. I'm constantly trying to stay on top of monthly expenses and statements, but that's where Rocket Money comes to the rescue. It's an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. The Personal Finance Manager allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, monitor your credit score, and build your savings, all in one place. With it, I was able to lower my bills and set monthly budgets that monitor my spending and keeps me on my toes. I even get notifications when I go over, which is very helpful. Sorry, Lego Fund, you've hit your limit. But the feature that I love the most is canceling unwanted subscriptions. Like I had a subscription that was charging me for like 4 months, and I had no idea. But Rocket was able to identify the charge and cancel it with just a tap. It's really nice because I don't have to hunt down the cancel button that these websites hide from clear sight. But Rocket gives you that option right in front of you. Easy as that. So head over to rocketmoney.com/saberspark or click the link in the description down below. You can also scan the QR code on the screen too. Go check them out today.
You know what 420 is, right?
Yeah, it's code for adults who still watch cartoons.
I do not understand who this show is for. Hi everyone, my name is Scott. I love Scooby-Doo stuff. I make a bunch of Scooby-Doo videos over here, and then occasionally I also make videos that I pour my heart and soul into, but those don't get views, so here I am. The first 2 episodes of the new HBO Max Velma series just dropped yesterday, and normally it takes me a really long time to make videos. I'm not one to just rush out and make something and post it like a day or 2 after. I mean, I'm literally in the middle of moving right now. I've got stuff in boxes. I'm supposed to be packing even more stuff tonight. I'm not even supposed to be making a video right now. But I have a lot to say about this series so far. So this is gonna be sort of a messy video. I didn't write a full script. I mean, as you can see, I really didn't put a lot of effort into anything. I figured if the show wasn't going to, then why should I? I'm being a little harsh. I know that some people really like this show so far, and I don't want to yuck on anyone's yum. So in the spirit of Scooby-Doo, in the spirit of not wanting to be overly negative, I thought I would tackle all of my thoughts in a structure of a compliment sandwich. And in this case, it's gonna be a sandwich with a lot of layers of bread and very few actual sandwich ingredients, which are the good parts. I have a lot more bad stuff to say. It's probably a sandwich that Scooby and Shaggy would skip, which is unprecedented. There's like a million sirens going on right now. Am I not supposed to be making this video? First bad thing, the opening scene of this show. So the show starts off with Daphne in a locker room with other friends, other school students. They're in high school. I want to remind you that they are teenagers, because the show opens up with a bunch of teenagers naked in a locker room. And look, I do not want to hash out how they're just drawings and they're not real or whatever. I'm just saying that to me, personally, it was uncomfortable. I watched the first episode live on my Discord, which you can get by supporting me on Patreon. Go check it out.
My name.
All right. We gotta do like an...
What's her name?
We gotta know her name. We gotta know her name. Literally, as soon as the show started, people were getting so uncomfortable, myself included, that people were just leaving. They were like, I don't want to watch Scott watch this. I don't want to watch. I am Scott. I don't want to watch this. And they try to get around it, right? They try to like call it out as some sort of meta commentary, like, oh, you know how like a lot of pilot episodes of TV shows have a lot of gratuitous like nudity and violence in the pilot episode because it's supposed to get their, you know, the audience's attention, shake things up a little bit. But also, like, what is the commentary here? I genuinely don't get it. They're just doing the thing that they are. It's not a commentary. It's at best it's lampshading, trying to excuse the fact that they are doing the thing that they're trying to critique. But there really isn't any critique other than like, have you noticed that this thing happens sometimes? Think about that. And we're gonna get into this a little bit more, but there's a lot of messages in this show that like are so close to saying something, anything, and they whiff so bad. But I can't go into it because it's a compliment sandwich. I do have to say, a nice thing. So here's my first nice thing. I really do like the casting of this show a lot. I knew I would love Sam Richardson from the get-go. Absolutely brilliant. The man crushes it in everything he does. I was not expecting to, I mean, I love Glenn Howerton, but I wasn't expecting to love him as Fred as much as I do. There are moments in the second episode where he brings out that sort of like rage that he's known for in It's Always Sunny. And he's also like, he's putting on a bit of a voice too, which is, you know, I thought he was just gonna do his own normal voice, but he is trying to like age himself down a little bit by having like a more higher pitched sort of voice. And I don't mind it. I think a lot of his moments as Fred in this series are really funny. I do think Mindy Kaling does a good job with voice acting as Velma. I think the character of Velma, not great. We'll get into it. But I do think the standout casting for me is obviously Sam Richardson. As I said, his portrayal of Shaggy or Norval in this series is, I think, one of the most inspired, because all these other previous incarnations of Shaggy allude to the fact that he's like a stoner. His version of Shaggy is very like straight-laced, like I would never do drugs. Drugs are bad. And those parts they get a good chuckle out of me just because they do feel like the jokes that are for fans of Scooby-Doo, and they're not trying to insult the characters, but really just sort of riff off of what people might know them for. They also kept a lot of Shaggy's like classic character traits, like he loves to eat, he's a little scaredy cat. You love to see it. But unfortunately, I think those moments are quickly overshadowed by the parts of the show that just outwardly insult the audience.
Bye.
For example, I showed you the clip earlier where Shaggy is like, boy, I hope I never get into 420 or 420 culture. Then he turns to Velma and is like, do you know what 420 is? And she says something like, yeah, it's code for adults who still watch cartoons. And it's like, how can you have those two jokes back to back? The Shaggy joke is like playing into that nostalgia that people who do like Scooby-Doo cartoons might be wanting to see and might be appreciative to be like, oh, this is an interesting joke, it's an interesting take on the character, I thought it was really funny, and then immediately pans to Velma, who is like, anyway, adults who watch cartoons are bad and annoying. I don't know what the joke there is other than she just doesn't like them. Again, we're gonna get into Velma's character traits, flaws. Mostly flaws. We're gonna get into that in a little bit. That exchange just left me wondering the whole time, like, who is this show for? It's definitely not
Nobody.
An all ages cartoon. You can't. Adults have to watch your cartoon. It's not for kids. Need I remind you of the opening scene? There's a lot more where that came from. But then you get those jokes that feel like they are for specifically people who are nostalgic Scooby-Doo fans, and then they insult you for it. In some ways, to me, it does feel like Warner Brothers Discovery is using the Velma show to try and like critique the idea of having animation on their platform. Like, not only are there jokes like that insult the viewers of the show, but there's also like a part at the very beginning of the first episode that feels like it was insulting the Harley Quinn show.
What?
Sparta doesn't know what to do with himself right now. Even he's freaking out. So, like, before the uncomfortable shower scene, right? The first episode starts with a voiceover from Velma saying that, like, this is my origin story. Which already I don't understand, because as you continue to watch the first two episodes, you realize that, no, actually, there's a bunch of stuff that we as an audience have not seen. It's stuff that's already happened and has already informed Velma's character, and you would consider that to be a part of her origin story, but we missed it. So, but then Velma's voiceover specifically calls out that like most origin stories are about like men who are already powerful and want more power, which is like, you know, that's a fine critique. But then she says that if there are origin stories about women, it's about how, quote, like how this hot chick became crazy or whatever, which to me feels like a reference to Harley Quinn, another Warner Brothers animation. Like, do they just hate they're trying to
That's what he meant.
Animation to kill their own animation department, but also
I didn't think about her.
Was meant to be a joke in the way
that
it was.
I guess that makes sense, yeah.
But also this show that is not supposed to be like that. It's not supposed to be like all those other origin stories. It's not like those other girls. This show is about discovering a mystery to why Velma is having panic-induced hallucinations. Is that not an origin story of a woman who is going through some mental struggle? Like, they're the same thing. This sandwich is getting too bready. I gotta say something nice again. There are a handful of moments in these first 2 episodes where the visual humor did get some genuine chuckles out of me. The book titles that Velma has on her shelves, they're pretty funny. But I think for me, the scene in episode 2 where they're just like rushing past all these school clubs has a lot of very good visual jokes in the background and even in the foreground. I like the idea of having a debate club and then a better debate club. I just think that's really funny. And then there's a bit where they're going by like an archery club and it cuts to Daphne having an arrow through her head. But it's not a real arrow. It's one that just sort of, it's like a prank. It's supposed to look like it because there's also a practical joke club. That right there is a joke I would expect to see in something like What's New Scooby-Doo, right? That would fit in perfectly just in a Scooby-Doo cartoon. And it worked, and for me it works. That being said, most of the other humor of this show is, I don't want to say it's not good, it's not for me. It's not for me. It's not humor that I personally enjoy. See, I'm like pulling back. I felt myself being too mean and being too negative earlier. I'm pulling back, I'm trying to be a little bit nicer. So yeah, the humor's not for me. Most of the jokes either fall flat entirely for me or they're completely overbearing. They also just feel like relics of a TV show that was made in the early 2000s, which was 20 years ago. I don't like saying it, but it's true. There's a lot of like vernacular in here that is extremely millennial, and I'm a millennial, but this feels like elderly millennial. They're not even jokes, really. It's just the way that people talk is like, yes, people in their
40s?
late 30s wrote this. Obviously,
Yep.
comedy is subjective.
Exactly.
I'm not going to spend too much time on this. If you like it, that's great. But we do have a small problem with my compliment sandwich idea, which is that I am running dangerously low on compliments. So since we're about halfway through this compliment sandwich, I figured it would be a great time for me to throw out some not positive things, not negative things, some extremely neutral things, some feelings, not even feelings, some things that I observed. I've talked about this a lot in previous videos. I have no problem with them changing races or sexualities of any of these characters. I feel like the Scooby-Doo cast is incredibly malleable. And if you think that any member of Mystery Inc. has ever been straight, you're wrong. You're just wrong. Another thing that I'm very neutral on is the fact that there are tons of Easter eggs and like references to other Scooby-Doo stuff in this show. If they were trying to court me with those references and try to make me like the show more, they failed. Because yeah, there are things where a character say, I would have gotten away with it if not, you know, blah, blah, blah. All of these usernames on screen are references that I enjoy. There's a lot of drug use in this show, and pretty much all of the drugs are references to the gang's catchphrases like Jinkies and Jeepers and Zoinks. And there are also some Scooby-Doo alums that bring back their voice for this show. Frank Welker, the original and consistent voice actor for Fred, is now Fred's father. I love when they do that sort of thing. I believe he played Fred's uncle in a pup named Scooby-Doo. Gary Cole is back in the Scoob universe. Kimberly Brooks, who played Luna in Witch's Ghost, plays like a sort of like disheveled stoner girl or something in one of the episodes. There's a lot of stuff like that. Some of them are more creative than others. There are wanted posters here in the police station that are just images of ghosts from the classic cartoon for seemingly no reason other than to say, hey, you see that? That one's free.
Eat them member berries, dude.
In the neutral category. It doesn't do anything
Oh,
for me.
God.
It doesn't enhance the overall plot of the show or really my enjoyment at all, other than being like, I recognize that thing. Anyway, and the last thing that I'm just sort of neutral on is sort of the most damning, which is the plot as a whole, the mystery at the center of this series. It's not super interesting. So episode 1 starts with this murder of one of their classmates, and her brains are missing. Her head was cut open, her brains are missing. And the episode ends that sort of same way. They find another classmate whose head was cut open, their brains are missing. And throughout the first 2 episodes, we're really just sort of evaluating suspects, not really gathering too many clues. The clues that we do gather are sort of brushed off as, oh, actually that's tied to something else, which is fine, but it's just in the 2 episodes that you could help to build this mystery, I'm not really, it hasn't grabbed me yet. Like, yes, there are murdered classmates, but I didn't know those classmates. One of them, we just don't even know before they're dead. I don't even know if we know the second one before they're dead. They're just dead. They're just corpses, right? But then there's this other mystery as well of like what happened to Velma's mother. She's missing. Is that tied into anything at all? Why is Velma having these hallucinations? What's causing them? What does it mean? But it's... See, this is my issue, right? The hallucinations don't feel like anything to me. They just sort of feel like a way to halt the plot once we're starting to pick up even a little bit and start uncovering a little bit more of the mystery. Velma will have a hallucination, which will mean that she can't further investigate anything, and no one else can really do anything either. So it's like, what's the point? It's more frustrating than it is fascinating, which I do think could also be a good tagline for this show in general. So I know that sounds like I was being negative, but remember that was my neutral category. Hello. I'm finishing up. What are your thoughts about the Velma show? Here, you take my chair.
I take your chair.
You're the new star of the channel.
Unscripted thoughts on Velma is it feels like it would be better if it wasn't based around Scooby-Doo characters. Even better.
Because it wasn't.
It feels like the characters that they have on this show don't even feel really inspired by the Scooby-Doo IP. And so it kind of...
Because they weren't.
Extremely negative qualities about them. And I don't know, it's only 2 episodes. Like maybe they're like trying to propel them in arcs and things and give them a little bit of direction.
No, they don't.
Go with growth. But it just feels like they're just so hateful to each other and like not fun. And it doesn't bring a lot of joy to the series. And for an IP that for pretty much its entirety has been based around like friendship and loyalty and working together and being a team, it doesn't feel like it cares about any of those kind of qualities, and it makes it difficult to root for. Like, I don't know who the audience for this show is. She certainly didn't really feel like female positive at any point in the show. She didn't really feel positive towards any character in the show. Like, she's really hateful towards Norval. She's really antagonistic towards pretty much every female character other than her mom. Like, she's really hateful to her dad's girlfriend for like no discernible reason other than she's like maybe chuggy. I mean, like, I wouldn't be friends with this Velma. I'd be friends with a lot of other Velmas. Okay, that's it.
Can you tell people to like and subscribe?
Please like and subscribe. Please watch our video about Whisper of the Heart.
Please watch our video about Whisper of the Heart.
Really hard on it.
We both did. Emily worked really hard on it, and also I did.
Sometimes.
I'm back. Like I said, we're in the process of moving right now, so I did have to get up and do things other than this. There's lots of packing and painting, and my current landlord got a flat tire, so he made me show this apartment to the people who might replace me here, like it's my job. And then when I did sit down earlier to record the second half of this review, I didn't have my microphone on. So that was really depressing, and I did spend some time stress eating peanut butter, but I think I'm back now, and it's given me time to ruminate on my thoughts about this show. And I'm so frustrated by this cartoon. I feel like I am stuck between a rock and a hard place for this show. Right, like I've made several videos about the show before it came out, trying so hard to be optimistic and hopeful that maybe it might be good. I wanted to combat some of those like early toxic hate videos about the show, and I did go into these 2 episodes genuinely wanting to like it. I'm a Scooby-Doo fan. I love Scooby-Doo. I make videos about that dog as often as I think people will tolerate. I've said it before and I stand by it. I do think Scooby-Doo is a very malleable franchise. You can do a lot to experiment with the formula, experiment with the characters, change things up. Be creative. And if you like this show, if you like Velma, then honestly that's great, and I'm so glad that I'm genuinely so happy that you like this show. I just don't think it's particularly good, and normally I would just leave it there. I wouldn't even make a video about it, but I'm here because I feel like I have to be. As I alluded to, the loudest, most annoying people on the internet have also latched onto this show and have also come to the conclusion that it's bad, but the way they got to that conclusion is wrong. I mean, this cartoon, right, that was about hippie youths in the 60s encouraging skepticism and defeating greedy capitalists, they took that concept and they made it political. They made Scooby-Doo woke now. It's too progressive. It's too woke. Like, is it though? Because I'm a little lefty boy, and I gotta tell you, there were moments of this show that I really genuinely thought they were going to say something. They were gonna have some sort of commentary, some sort of criticism, some critique of the modern landscape, and then they fumble it so bad. Let me give you an example, and this was like the most infuriating part of the series to me so far. Again, we're only 2 episodes in, things could get worse. So in the first episode, we get to know Fred a little bit, but he's definitely like holding stuff back, right? He's afraid to show emotions. He feels like it's very wimpy to have feelings. He feels all this pressure from his dad to be this very like hyper masculine, sort of like manly man.
I am a real man, father!
So there are elements here that feel like it might touch on a little bit of like toxic masculinity, right? This is something that Scooby-Doo Monsters Unleashed did that I think is really good as well. There's like a whole mini arc in that movie where Fred has these similar thoughts, right? He thinks talking is for wimps. He doesn't want to show his emotions. He wants to just do stuff, right? He's all about doing, not talking, not feeling. And then he has to come to terms with that actually, no. It's okay to express yourself. It's okay to feel feelings, you know? In fact, later in that episode of Velma, we even see that Fred has like perfectly smooth legs, and like I thought, okay, maybe this is, you know, he's keeping it secret from people because that's not a traditionally masculine thing to do, to like shave your legs, and maybe he just likes the way that it feels, but he's embarrassed to share that with people, and he has to come to terms with, you know, expressing himself and being himself in his own skin. Forget about what his dad thinks that a man should be. Fred has his own ideas of who he wants to be, and he wants to explore that. And I thought all of this that I'm saying is stuff that the show doesn't do, but I was like projecting like, okay, I can see where some good messaging might be in here. And then in the second episode, Fred is accused of murdering the other classmates at his school, and then the show, again, it's so close to doing something. Fred's entire legal defense is basically they're trying to convince the public that he couldn't have possibly murdered those girls because, well, he's just a sweet little boy. And you can sort of see where there could be something there, where it's a commentary about how the media portrays white male criminals as like, oh, you know, they're young, they've made mistakes, we've all made mistakes. Yes, he brutally murdered 2 of his classmates, but like, we've all been young before, we've all been foolish little children, and look at how sweet he is, and look at how cute he is. It's so close. It's so close to anything. But nope, throw all of that out the window, because the real reason that's revealed to us why Fred couldn't possibly have murdered his classmates, the real reason why he has all of these emotions, he's overly emotional, and even the real reason he has smooth legs still, you know, why not? They're all connected, and it's a very funny reason, and it's gonna bust you up when I tell you. It's gonna be so good. You ready for this one? It's very good. It's very funny. The reason for all of those things, you see, is because Fred has Fred has a small ding dong. He's got his penis is small. It's so tiny. He's got a tiny little willy, and that's why. And that's the joke. It's the funny joke. That's pretty good. Let's see if we can line it up here. Where's our guy? You don't need to move the magnifying. Oh, there it is. Gotta zoom in because it's so small. So can you like understand my frustration a little bit here? People might be shouting that this show is like overly woke and progressive, but like, did we watch the same show? I mean, just like isolating that whole scenario with Fred feels like it has some like body shaming stuff. It has some like puberty shaming thing. I don't even know if that's a real thing, but it feels like it is thanks to this show. Because the whole thing with Fred is that he hasn't gone through puberty yet, and everyone's like making fun of him for it. Here I was thinking I was going to get an interesting commentary on toxic masculinity and how guys sometimes feel like they're not allowed to express their emotions because it's not masculine enough. It's like too childish.
Oh. We watched the same show, though. Dude, they do exactly the things you're talking about. But in the middle of exploring it, whatever, they just make it even worse. Like, they just dunk on the characters after that. And have you never realized that the, like, left-leaning woke people are fucking racist and discriminatory and bigoted people themselves? Like, have you never noticed that the left-leaning people are as bad as the right-leaning people? Oh god. No. No. If you're this blind, then I'm sorry. No. No.
Now we're finally caught up.
In 2012, Square Enix unveiled a tech demo designed to showcase what the then next generation of consoles might be able to deliver from a visual perspective. That demo was called Agni's Philosophy, and it was our first taste of the Luminous engine, which would go on to power the gorgeous Final Fantasy XV. 3 years later, a second demo known as Witch Chapter 0 was created and shown, focusing on the same lead character from Agni's Philosophy while expanding its core technologies. Now, more than 10 years after that initial demo, this confluence of technology and world building are joined once again in Forspoken. Powered by the Luminous engine and inspired by the world of Agni's Philosophy, Forspoken channels a different era of Square Enix, an era where new concepts flowed freely, bound not by the finality of its most popular fantasy series, instead offering something different. In that sense,
nobody wants something different. Especially not if it doesn't run on any PC on this planet. I've heard that this game.
That worked on Final Fantasy XV. In fact, Forspoken is only the second game in 10 years to be powered by Luminous engine.
This game just doesn't run on anything.
Of Forspoken when it was known as Project Athia and revealed alongside other games during the PlayStation 5's first showcase. This trailer showcased impressive visuals and conceptually interesting gameplay scenarios, but it also raised many questions, and the hype leading up to the final release has remained somewhat tepid. As such, I went into Forspoken filled with uncertainty. Pre-release media never really managed to perfectly convey what the game is about, and the demo kind of raised more questions than answers. So before we dive into our discussion on the game's presentation, I want to lay out the basics, specifically explain what Forspoken is all about. At its core, Forspoken is an open-world action RPG with a focus on magic and high-speed traversal, something evident from the demo. You take care of the lead character Frey, equipped with her initially unwanted companion.
So the same garbage Final Fantasy XV does, with better movement.
Characters and
Got it.
As you begin to uncover the nature of the world and your connection to it. First impressions, however, are a little rough. The game opens with a rather ham-fisted sequence that has Frey narrowly avoiding prison time, running from gun-toting gang members, and escaping an abandoned building she calls home as it burns to the ground. It's a little heavy-handed, but shortly after this moment, she'll find herself whisked away to a new world known as Athia. Upon arrival, it becomes clear that Athia is slowly succumbing to something known as the Break, a cataclysmic event that distorts and corrupts anything caught within its grasp. The survivors have built their home within the grand city of Sepal, while keeping the Break at bay. Frey, however, is seemingly immune to the Break, allowing you to explore the vast world surrounding the city, and it's here that the bulk of the gameplay takes place. Athia is largely deserted, inhabited only by the corrupted. It kind of resembles a game like Elden Ring in that sense, in that you're rarely safe for long. The result is a game built around a hub-and-spoke design, if you will, with Sepal acting as a main central hub between outings into the corrupted lands. You'll be tasked with taking down the once benevolent, now cruel Tantas ruling over the land, while exploring each of their ruined kingdoms in turn. The design of the game is certainly interesting, and aspects of it, such as the traversal, seem absolutely excellent, while others, including the somewhat stilted cutscenes, left me scratching my head at times. Whether discussing the themes, the gameplay, or the visuals themselves, this is a game of two halves, and as such, I've decided to revive the what works, what doesn't model for this video. With this in mind, let's begin by examining everything that works in Forspoken, at least according to the DF perspective. The first thing on our list is evident from the moment you select New Game, near instantaneous loading times. We've seen examples of fast loading dating back to the launch of the system, but Forspoken is one of the best examples we've seen yet. It takes around 4 seconds when starting a new game, but check out the speed you get when continuing a save. It loads in under 1 second. The game basically fades to black, then back up, and you're golden. That's it. Given the lengthy loading times inherent in Final Fantasy XV, this is an impressive turnaround for the engine. Once you make your way through the introduction and arrive in Athia, the next point becomes clear as well. Forspoken features an impressive sense of scale with a map design that embraces
Final Fantasy XV still runs.
spoken on this before,
Well, it
but a
doesn't
hallmark
run
of
like
Japanese
crap
development world games
on
lies in
Series
building a
X
visual
and
bridge between
I guess
scenery, both
also an
distant
S.
and near.
But
Case
it
in point,
definitely
this
does not
towering
feel like
obelisk
a...
piercing the sky in the distance can be
Yeah.
observed far
It doesn't
across
feel
the
like a
It
current
remains
gen
open
game
to
because
views,
it
making
isn't.
the way across the landscape right up until your arrival at its base. Towering structures, sheer cliff faces, and gnarled
But
rock
still,
formations
the
all
loading
create an
times are...
area that's fun to explore and impressive to behold. As you engage in exploration,
They're
then, our
still
third
like
item
15
on
seconds
screen
long,
becomes apparent.
which is kind of
Motion fluidity.
unheard of on the new generation console.
Results with a wide range of expressive
There,
animation work,
I mean, yeah, there is also other games like I think Witcher, which takes kind of like almost double that. I think Witcher takes like 25 seconds to load.
Basic locomotion is satisfying
But
and fluid.
yeah.
This same fluidity also applies to secondary motion characteristics, such as hair, which is an area Luminous has previously excelled in. Known simply as Luminous Hair, this system uses a series of cards or billboards guided by curves via compute shaders to produce a realistic flowing hair model. Frey's billowing locks react to both player movement and external forces such as wind, lending everything a more realistic appearance when in motion. The only real issue with this, and we'll get to this topic a little bit later, is the way the image quality impacts the hair. It creates this noisy, dithered pattern, which, again, we'll touch on in a moment. This all ties into the excellent foliage system then, which features full touch bending that reacts as you move through it. This isn't a new or cutting-edge feature, of course, but it's welcome and helps increase the immersion during exploration. Large-scale battles really showcase everything coming together. The way Frey's cloak and hair violently react, powerful gusts of wind, and the tendrils of those otherworldly foes produce a dramatic spectacle. The key here is that this mix of strong foundational animation combined with secondary movement of other elements works exceptionally well in tandem and is one of the game's strong visual points. Moving beyond animation then, the fourth major point I'd like to touch on is the particle system. As you engage foes, the screen is regularly filled with dazzling GPU-accelerated particles swirling around Frey and the creatures in a dance to the death. Explosions and magical particles alike are beautifully realized in a way that really helps sell the impact of the battle system. As Oliver suggested in his preview video, the combination of these particles and the animation helps produce something that truly resembles one of Square Enix's offline CGI renders, at least in terms of basic animation work. The fifth point then centers on atmospheric effects, including volumetric clouds and fog. Many locales within the world of Athia are bathed in a thick miasma, and Forspoken utilizes excellent frustum-aligned voxel fog to achieve it, resulting in some rather deeply atmospheric moments. The sky system makes use of ray-marched volumetric cloud simulation, and this can also look good, though the color choices in certain scenarios leave a lot to be desired. Our sixth point then centers on the wealth of display modes on offer. There are 6 total display options available, including a performance mode, a quality mode, a ray tracing mode, and 120Hz variants of each. The inclusion of 2 40 frames per second modes within a 120Hz container is something
He's talking about the console version?
and its inclusion here
Oh,
is not beyond
PS5.
unnoticed. Essentially, it means users with 120Hz displays can enjoy that perfect middle ground between 30 and 60.
Of course he is.
Remember,
Loading
the
times.
frame time is directly in the center of these values. Combine this with VRR support, and I feel the team has done a great job of allowing customization to the experience. For our next point, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the robust accessibility menu. There are a ton of options that can be adjusted here, including many that directly influence gameplay. Forspoken offers a staggering number of customizable settings, including solving some of the issues that were present in the original demo, such as the tiny text size. The menu in general is simply packed full of adjustable options, which is something I always appreciate, and thus I wanted to highlight it here. The 8th point then relates to the game's character models. In typical Square Enix fashion, the characters presented in Forspoken are of very high quality. Frey in particular features an exceptionally high level of detail that really brings her character to life. All the little bits and bobs are rendered out in exquisite detail, and the NPCs feature a wide assortment of outfits. They did a great job modeling these characters. Lastly then, the final point I wanted to highlight is the map system. Essentially, areas you visited are presented using an almost Google Earth-like isometric view that presents the world as a series of tiny dioramas. It really helps you visualize the terrain in a way that we don't often see with map systems like this. Now, I'll have more to say about the game design later in this video, but for now, these points represent areas where I feel Forspoken excels. Alas, while the game does do many things well, there are elements of its rendering that fall woefully short of expectations, especially
I don't care about the rendering
exclusively on PS5 and PC, which is why it's time to explore that which does not work.
But he has not talked about the combat yet, which is concerning.
This is an area
Also the story.
the game to shine, literally, given the quality of the 6-year-old Final Fantasy 15, but in fact, Forspoken is a leap backwards, at least in terms of execution. You see, modeling the behavior of light is one of the more challenging aspects of real-time computer graphics. We're now in an era where hardware can utilize advanced ray tracing to accomplish this, of course, but most games still rely on alternative rasterization techniques. Whether using pre-calculated data or some other novel approach, the goal is to create something that is visually pleasing and good enough. The problem with Forspoken is that it's not good enough in this instance, especially when it comes to indirect lighting. A GDC presentation
I don't care about that.
suggests that they're using a now old-school probe-based system, but I don't necessarily feel that's the issue. It's not the technical implementation necessarily, it's the combination of the technology with choices made by the art team. A lot of this becomes immediately apparent while exploring New York City early in the game. Now, this is not the main part of the game, and certain areas do look pretty nice, but then you'll find a lot of corners like this. The poor indirect lighting here means that everything has this glowy appearance that detracts from the
Ooh, yeah.
The speculation
That looks like Bayonetta.
just feels wrong. Things look a little better in Athia, but there are problems here as well. The city of Sepal highlights some of the more
But
obvious
as I say,
problems.
I don't care about that.
Lit areas exhibit this unnatural sheen, while areas bathed in light rely too heavily on a strong bloom.
Would be nice if it
Leading to
was
this
better,
overly
but
contrasty look that's almost reminiscent of Xbox 360 and PS3 games. I mean, this area has some serious wall guy energy, doesn't it? I also have issues with their use of color. Areas like this are bathed
Wall
in
guy?
garish colors that wind up looking more
I'm
gothic
sorry,
than anything
I'm not
else.
aware of
Now,
that
of course,
meme.
being a fantasy world, you can do as you please with the colors, but in this case,
Oh wait, no, I
some of
am.
those selections
I do
fall
know
short.
Wall Guy.
I'd also like to
Oh
add the
no.
poor use of ambient
I
occlusion.
can't remember it
This
right
game
now,
is
but I think it's
slathered
in a
with
shooter.
fidelity effects features,
Oh
including
wait.
fidelity effects ambient occlusion.
I'm trying to remember it. It just popped it in my head, but I'm trying to remember where that's from.
Here just isn't very good. That becomes
And yes, it's
extremely
definitely a meme. If I search that on Google right now, it will 100% pop up. Like that's not something niche or anything like that's mainstream memeage
which is now out of date
from like
but
15 years
vastly more
ago.
effective. Surely a solution compatible with consoles could have been developed for this game. We've seen a lot of strides in this area over the years, and Forspoken just falls short. Considering the static time of day, I feel like the best solution here would have simply been to bake out the ambient occlusion into a texture. They're already pre-calculating parts of the lighting pipeline, so why not ambient occlusion as well? Of course, all of this is exacerbated by the lack of shadow casting lights. The whole thing is just baffling. I think all of my issues can be summed up with a simple example like this. When you enter this small room with these arched doorways, you would expect light to pour in from the left and bounce around, creating shadow and naturally lit areas. But instead, surfaces have this sort of whitish blue glow and are uniformly lit, making them look highly unusual and unrealistic.
Yeah, where is that light coming from? Like, that doesn't make any sense. This up here should all be in shadow, basically. There should be some of this should be here. Because that light is bouncing up against those stones. But also, this looks moist. Like, this just doesn't make any sense. It looks almost like this has the color that's basically coming from these light sources, like the literal sky, And they just didn't filter the skylight out. Like the bluish light that goes through this and just hits the wall, and they just for some reason forgot to add a filter on these walls. Like basically these walls are transparent to the blue light. I know that's not what it is, but that's how it looks. But yeah, this looks like this looks really bad. This actually looks like a 360 game. A messed up 360 game.
We see the same thing here. Take a look at the door frame to the small...
Yeah. This looks like Skyrim looks. A lot of Skyrim looks like this. Like, this doesn't make any sense. What are these about? Why? Where's the shiny blue light coming from?
Building. There's this whitish blue glow encircling the door frame, and it just looks highly unnatural. If we look at a game like The Witcher 3, for instance, note how the light sort of fills the scene. Crevices are now correctly shadowed in a way that looks pleasing and realistic to the eye. But of course, this is using the updated ray tracing options that were recently patched in, so what if we look at a game like Assassin's Creed Unity? This is a game that relies entirely on baked lighting. When placed side by side against Forspoken, I think the results speak for themselves. And keep in mind that Forspoken doesn't even feature a real-time time of day system. And keep in mind, when placed side by side against Forspoken, I think the results like Assassin's Creed Unity. This is a game that relies entirely on baked lighting. When placed side by side against Forspoken, I think the results speak for themselves. And keep in mind that Forspoken doesn't even feature a real-time time of day system, unlike Final Fantasy 15.
So it's fixed. The whole thing is fixed and they did not... Oh no. Like, these lighting problems are one thing if you have a like a moving sun or like changing lighting patterns, whatever. But if it's fixed and always the same, then this is just laziness. Oh no. I mean, I don't want to crap on them because they did that, but yeah. That is just laziness.
There's really no excuse for this. Speaking of FF15 again, this time the console version, I feel like just a glimpse of the game sort of highlights some of the issues I have with Forspoken. You see, realistically, the two games actually share many of the same limitations, and in some ways, Forspoken is a step forward, but I still find Final Fantasy 15 to be a more visually appealing game. And things like this really confuse me. Check out the ambient occlusion in this crevice here in Final Fantasy 15. It's just a basic screen space AO solution, but it sort of fills in this corner with some pleasant ambient shadowing. Compared to any similar area in Forspoken, however, it almost looks like there's no ambient shading at all, or just those outlines from the Fidelity FX ambient occlusion. It's not great. They also just love to slather everything in fog and gloom. Like, there's visible flaws here in FF15 for sure, but compared to Forspoken, it just feels a lot cleaner and more visually striking. I just think that in terms of overall lighting quality, Forspoken feels like a step back from Final Fantasy 15. They were really onto something with that game, and this new release is a regression. Moving on to the second point then, I'd like to discuss the related but different shadows. Now, to be clear, the actual ray-traced shadows are of good quality, and they're a nice addition to the game, but there's plenty of limitations here which compromise the visual fidelity. Without ray tracing, shadow maps are deployed, and these are largely acceptable. There's just one problem. There's no solution for distant scenery, so things like trees and structures far off in the distance lack any sort of shadowing at all. It's the same exact problem Halo Infinite suffered from back in 2021. Combined with the odd color choices, and the world feels weirdly flat as a result. With ray tracing enabled, however, shadow quality is definitely improved, but only near the player. The hybrid approach means the BVH structure surrounding the player is rather limited in scope. You can see what I mean right here. Note the point where the soft ray traced shadow transitions to a standard shadow map. Furthermore, it only applies to opaque objects, so foliage and trees do not benefit from any coverage. As a result, while they're a nice addition, they're kind of subtle to the point where it barely matters. This is a game that desperately needed a more robust ray tracing implementation. Just imagine what a difference RTGI could have made in this game, and as a current gen only release, it would have been a good choice. Though when we get to performance, perhaps we'll understand why that choice was not made. Now, the third thing I'd like to discuss is the asset placement and the way they blend with the environment. Basically the way buildings, structures, and objects...
Yeah, the stories I heard about this game on PC definitely suggest that it would not run on all the on the old consoles.
The building used for resting, for instance, is found all over the map, but it never really feels well integrated or blended into...
Like Final Fantasy 15 already ran like crap on those consoles, but this game is much more demanding.
Natural environments look beautiful, but I'm not a fan of the way buildings are placed within the world. And that's not even getting to the repeating textures you often find on them. Now, my fourth issue centers on the cutscenes. From bizarre texture issues to awkward animations and dips to black, the game feels surprisingly uneven when presenting certain sequences to the player. For instance, right at the beginning, check this out. The game introduces a major character, complete with a lower thirds for her name, right? It then immediately fades to black, only to instantly fade back up in the exact same scene. Why did they need to fade to black? It just winds up feeling clumsy. Oh, and is it just me, or does Alden here sort of resemble the lady from Quantic Dream's E3 The Casting demo for PlayStation 3? David Cage would be thrilled, I'm sure. Now, some of the major scenes are of course beautifully animated, but the second tier cutscenes often feel a little awkward. Furthermore, in certain other scenes, I noticed a problem with the way textures were being displayed. Why are these so low resolution? They never actually pop in, so it seems like a bug. It didn't occur often, but when it does, it's kind of distracting. Then there's the forced dialogue sequences with Cuff. These fill the player in on details regarding the world and their relationship, which is great, but there's an issue. They lock you in place as the dialogue plays out. People already take issue with the slow walking scenes in games, but Forspoken has no walking scenes instead. The next section, however, is a bit more generalized and can be viewed as neither completely good nor bad. There are positive aspects and negative aspects. What am I talking about, you ask? Well, the image quality and technical performance. So basically, when deciding on target resolution, the team decided to use a dynamic resolution combined with AMD's FSR2, which is used to upscale to either 1440p in performance mode or 2160p when using the other two modes. The issue here is that internal resolution from which FSR2 works is often surprisingly low. The internal resolution has a minimum of 50% scale on each axis, meaning that performance mode, which targets 1440p via FSR2, can actually dip as low as 720p. The quality mode dips to around 1080p, while RT mode is right in between the two. I would say quality and RT modes both produce generally acceptable image quality, with only busy scenes exhibiting noticeable noise and fizzle. The performance mode, however, can exhibit some rather poor image quality at times, which is a little unexpected for a current gen only release. Kind of reminds me of the Matrix Awakens on Xbox Series S. Now, these resolution targets remain the same whether you're using 60Hz or 120Hz output, but the 40 FPS modes tend to hang towards the bottom end of the resolution scale when using them. Of all 6 modes then, my preferred choice turned out to be the ray tracing mode at 40 frames per second. It's sharp enough and the most stable, especially with VRR. Quality mode improves distant detail, but it's subtle to the point where it doesn't make a huge difference overall. Which of course brings us to the performance of the game itself, and this one is a little weird. So the first impression suggests that all modes are reasonably stable in typical gameplay scenarios, especially when using VRR, for the performance mode anyways. There are dips, but it's pretty decent overall, and I think most users will be happy, though the problems from the demo are still very much present. The problem is, there are some specific areas in the game that run even worse. It's not even always clear why these areas run slower, but they certainly do. Case in point, this Rocky Valley area is exceptionally heavy for reasons that are not clear to me. In performance mode, the frame rate is basically always below 60 frames per second, meaning you're faced with a near constant judder as a result of the performance demands. In 60Hz mode, the PS5's VRR window stops at 48 frames per second, so not even that can save the day. It's much less fluid than pretty much any area prior in the game, so it was extra jarring when I arrived at this point. But what really surprised me here is how far it can drop in the quality mode. I witnessed frame rates as low as 20 frames per second, which quite frankly is simply absurd. That a stable 30 FPS is impossible in high resolution mode suggests that the dynamic resolution target is perhaps not aggressive enough, or there's some other factor dragging down performance. Either way, it's not good. The ray tracing mode, though, has
unique door
as well, but thankfully they're less frequent and less severe, which is primarily why I've gravitated towards this mode over the other two.
Also, Hal door.
But of course, there's also the 120 Hz
It wants to kill me.
This offers similar performance to 60 Hz, but has the added benefit of a 120 Hz container with a wider VRR.
Or I'm pretty sure it wants.
This is
it wants to get rid of me.
Game's performance mode. VRR can now cover most of the drops, and it ends up looking a lot more fluid.
Do I have 300 now?
Of course,
nope, still missing 3.
This, but still, if you have it, it's great. Alas, the quality mode dips low enough that even VRR can't save the day in these instances. It just winds up looking jerky in motion. So that's basically what I feel works and what doesn't work in Forspoken, but honestly, I could probably keep going here. But I feel like this should
You didn't talk about the combat. You literally just talked about the technical stuff.
Forspoken, which raises the next question. Should you play Forspoken? Well, this one's a little tricky. On the surface, it's kind of an average action RPG, but over time, it actually did begin to grow on me. Once you expand your arsenal and become
Didn't talk about the combat and the story.
It's satisfying just running around the world and taking out enemies. Furthermore, despite the rough start, the story does improve over time, and the characters also begin to grow on you.
Okay, he actually just did that. Like, he just did both.
Surprisingly variable based on how you choose to play. If you turn up the difficulty and engage with all the side content, you'll get a good 30 to 40 hours out of Forspoken, I'd estimate. But if you just want a breezy experience that keeps the story beats coming at you, well, on my first playthrough, it only took me roughly 16 hours to complete the game. The point is, unlike a lot of bloated open world titles, Forspoken can be mainlined rather quickly, but there's still plenty to do if you want to spend more time in Athia. One thing's for sure, it's a quirky game that I predict will be rather divisive. It really does kind of remind me of that PS2 era of Square, as I noted earlier. No matter how you feel about the gameplay and storytelling, though, it's a shame that it's all kinda let down by some curious technical decisions. I mean, Final Fantasy 15, despite its issues, is a true showcase for the Luminous engine and its lighting capabilities. Final Fantasy 16 is shaping up to be one of the best looking games of the year too, and Forspoken is kind of the inverse in that sense. Remember, early Final Fantasy 16 trailers were kind of visually dated, but with the latest media, it's continued to improve, and it's now stunning. Comparatively, the Project Athia trailer revealed alongside PlayStation 5 looked significantly better than the final game and the later media leading up to release. Now, it's kind of a mixed bag. One last thing I want to mention before we go, though, the quality of life change that improves the experience. I'm talking about the DualSense implementation. Essentially,
how the crap do you do these missions with a oh god,
force you'd expect to engage in attack.
Oh,
as a result, the game
these missions with a cast, like with the robot.
By disabling this feature,
oh my god,
the game feels much more responsive to play.
How have people never ever talked about this mission, and they always just talk about the mission where you have to save the
as you can tell,
I think it wasn't caves.
It certainly has
that one
elements, but
this doctor dude
are truly baffling, and that makes me sad. I was really hoping to see the full potential of the Luminous engine this time around, but instead, this might be the final game to utilize it. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But that's going to do it for this video. Hopefully you found it
what?
useful and enjoyable. And if you did, be sure to let...
Was he just talking about Final Fantasy 16 and that it's the last game to utilize the Lumina engine?
See the full potential of the Luminous engine this time around, but instead,
Luminous.
This might be the final game to utilize it. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But that's going to do it for this, but unfortunately, they're not well implemented in this case. But yeah, that's my take on Forspoken, and as you can tell, I walked away feeling rather mixed. It certainly has its fair share of positive elements, but some of the technical choices the team made are truly baffling, and that makes me sad. I was really hoping to see the full potential of the Luminous engine this time around, but instead, this might be the final game to utilize it. I guess we'll have to
wait for Final Fantasy.
Hopefully you found it useful.
Isn't Final Fantasy 16 also using the Luminous engine?
And check out our Patreon.
I'm confused.
Where you can enjoy this video at a much higher quality than YouTube provides. And
hey everyone, and welcome to Digital Foundry Direct Weekly number 95. Yes, we're hurtling towards the big 100. We're not there yet though, and we've got plenty of hot topics to discuss this week. And joining me first of all, John Linneman.
I'm just back from Hot Topic myself, and I am excited to talk about these other hot topics today.
And of course, Alex Battaglia.
John, how many novelty shirts, bongs, and or sex toys did you buy at
3 of each.
Okay, good.
Wow. And of course, you're not talking about the hot topics so much, Alex, because the games in question are not yet in your possession.
Wait, what did he answer?
Just at that point right now, there was the lull at the beginning of the year, and all of a sudden we're going to have like 6 games releasing.
Yeah, you get to do like 3 time capsules in a row, and that was super fun. Yeah. Man,
it's the fun
Love
stuff.
it.
That's the fun stuff.
But now it gets down to the nitty gritty. Anyway, let's talk about our first topic of the week. Yes, talking about hot topics, essentially we have had the review of this week of recommended specifications for Forspoken, or Sporfoken as I prefer to call it.
Sporfoken.
And Returnal. And basically people aren't happy, and the reaction seems to be, are PC minimum specs out of control? That's the screaming headline.
Yeah.
And I think we need to sort of talk about this because, well, the bottom line is that not really. Is this? Alex, why don't you take point on this one?
Sure. Okay. So the context of all of this to me is we are 2 years into the current gen of consoles. And at some point in time, there would be, and there has literally always been, so this is nothing new, there is an uptick in the minimum recommended specs for a PC trying to get a game that was designed around those consoles as a base. And in this case, for both games, it is PS5 baseline as the thing that was targeted for the game, apparently. For something like Returnal, it's really obvious. For Forspoken, Sporfoken, it really obvious that game's coming out on PC. Who knows when it eventually started its development just for PS5? It's hard to know those things, but we know at least for Returnal in this case, that is definitely a PS5 only game kind of thing. And that, of course, includes the fact that the PS5 base experience is, 7 cores essentially available to developers there, a good amount of video memory, and an SSD as your baseline experience usually. And when we look at, for example, Forspoken's requirements there, they are extremely reasonable given the fact that what the PS5 specs are. And then you look at the game itself based upon the demo that we have already had access to, which has now been updated. If you look at the performance mode in that, I don't know obviously what settings it's using, the recommended or the alter settings, it's really hard to tell since we don't have the game on PC to compare with at this point in time and things like that. But if you just look at that and you look at the fact that it's using FSR2 scaling up to some presumably sub 4K resolution, it's hard to tell, and it like bottoms out at like, it's constantly at 900p internally, and apparently according to some pixel counts it like bottoms out at like 720p at times as a game targeting a current gen machine just to hit not always consistent 60 FPS. Well, that says a lot about the game itself, actually. That is very intense, and so you would see that, I think, reflected in the PC specs here, if we looked at the recommended,
literally running
there is some weird
F360
stuff here. I will
stats
not lie, especially with the Forspoken one.
at
When you look at
360
some of the things
resolutions,
that are
while
supposed to be
also
equivalent to one or the
still
other.
crapping its
When
pants.
you get to those ultra specs there,
frame rate wise.
60 FPS.
Also PS2 and PS3 and Xbox 360 levels of shitty frame rate.
Is they're not specific enough always, and in this case they're definitely not. But there's also a weird equivalency in here between the AMD Radeon RX 6800 XT 16 gigs and the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4080
Alex, let me
60
correct
gigs.
you. Their requirements actually specify the GeForce GTX 4080,
GTX,
a product which does not exist.
I'm looking at I'm looking at the news story from The Verge, and it does actually say RTX. So I think they may have updated it.
They did update it. That's true. So they've corrected this. Now they recommend a product that does exist.
They recommend a product that does exist. But, I mean, Rich can attest to it. He's done the hardcore benches for these GPUs, and RTX 4080 is never the equivalent of the RX 6800 XT, unless you're looking at some weird outlier like... Well, I don't think even a weird outlier like
weird outliers here. Sorry.
So,
yeah, what I will say,
wrong.
what is further adding to the confusion is that when you get to the recommended specs, the 6700 XT is comparable to the 3070. Right.
Yes.
So the concept that the 4080 is light years ahead of the 6800 XT. So unless ultra settings is doing something, insanely requiring a specific AMD component, it doesn't make sense.
The thing is, Rich, is looking at presentations for this game, this might be the heaviest use of AMD fidelity effects features we've ever seen in a game. They are using fidelity effects features that I didn't even realize were fidelity effects features. There's so many that they've listed, and I'm just like, it does make you wonder, like, what's going on here. Maybe there is actually something that causes this to be the situation.
So one thing that I've seen theorized about this, and there's only so much theorizing you can do because it's just so opaque. Yeah. These settings are so opaque. But people have been saying, much like Far Cry 6, which had a very kind of semi-arbitrary feeling VRAM limitation, depending upon what your settings were there, where the Ultra 4K resolution texture pack that was in the Ultra settings that you could enable didn't even work very well on a 12 gigabyte GPU, and had even issues if you were above that on the NVIDIA side. I've literally played the game on a 3090 and I've had textures not load in at times, even that has 24 gigs.
Wait, and which Far Cry 6?
Far Cry 6, it's happened.
Oh, I think...
Well, at least it did at launch. I don't know if it's been updated.
I think it has been fixed based on my experience last year.
Okay, well, so some speculation about this was that it could be one of those games that the highest ultra settings, whatever they may be, may actually require more VRAM when you include in things like RT with the high resolution textures. In which case, if it goes above 12 gigabytes, then the only other NVIDIA offering that does technically exist that's not a 3090 is stuff like the 4080 and 4090. But that's another thing we'll have to see when the game launches. I think at the moment, one thing that is always prudent is just to never freak out when you see system requirements posted for any game, unless they're super detailed. And I think ones that are much more detailed than the Forspoken ones are the ones for Returnal. They're actually really well laid out. They say things like average performance, they say the graphic setting preset name, they say the GPU, and they say the resolution, and the frame rate target, as well as things like SSD, HDD, etc. And this is one game where I'm really actually happy that it says SSD recommended for the minimum, even though it'll technically install to an HDD like any game really would. I'm very happy about that. And these ones I think are actually super, super in line with what I would have expected for the game. For example, this recommended spec, I'm imagining this is going to be PS5 settings based upon the fact that it's an RTX 2070 Super, which is the go-to GPU I use in all my videos, essentially, for saying this is like a PS5, and a 6700 XT, which I think is maybe a little bit faster at times than what we see on a PS5. Yeah. And who knows the reason for that. That's something I can maybe bear out in my review, but these are the ones where I was looking at them, just the way they're laid out, the things that they're describing in them, the CPUs recommended, it all aligns perfectly what I imagined a good console equivalent settings would look like. So this one is reasonable. The Forspoken ones are the ones that are a little bit troubling. But in general, I'm just going to say, like, don't freak out when system requirements come out. Wait for the reviews.
Dang it, I knew it.
There are a number of sites which do per
But you can't see the other one up there.
Computer base.
I don't know why I got hit by the thing. Well, I do know because I suck, but I tried.
You really can't read into
Tried
just
so
because
hard.
They're not
And it
actually a
didn't
hard
go
limit. I think
far.
they just want to
Didn't
guarantee,
get
like,
far.
if you have this level of hardware, you'll have a pretty good experience at these settings, right? But that doesn't mean you can't go lower than that and still pull something out, right? I mean, there used to be a time in PC games when the minimum specs were actually minimum. Like, if you didn't have that level of hardware, the game may not actually
boot
run.
the game.
Right?
You did not boot the game. Yeah, it's pretty rare these days unless you have like a really old CPU that doesn't have instructions.
Precisely.
And even in that case, that's like we're talking about incredibly old CPUs.
I mean, we're gonna try to run this on a Steam Deck, right? Like,
I think that's the idea, especially for Returnal. I'm very curious about that because it is a game that seems like it would fit the Steam Deck like design mentality, roguelike elements and things like that. It's pretty good for that. Forspoken, less so. Another thing I want to talk about in regard to both of these specs is the way they're advertising their PC versions. One actually seems very bare bones, and the other one seems really great. So Returnal to me seems like a really good PC version. We've already seen leaks of the menu itself. And a lot of other things. There's like things like dynamic res, I believe, is in there. There's DLSS 2, and in the ultra latest version of it, which I think replaces the DLSS sharpening with NIS, if I recall, as well. Then there's FSR 2. I'm going to presume it's going to be one of the later versions of it. And, you know, as well, on top of all these other features like that go above and beyond the console version, you have ray trace shadows, presumably higher settings for other things because there's epic settings in the engine itself, and then ray trace reflections, which is something not at all in console. And it should definitely upgrade the visuals there. Go over to Forspoken. I think John can talk about this. Where
I laughed about this. They put out that trailer, right? And some of the things that they highlight in here crack me up. At one point, at about 24 seconds, they freedom of play, where they basically say, yeah, it supports a mouse and keyboard and a controller.
Nice.
You dedicated like 5 seconds of the trailer to that, and then, you know, it supports ultra widescreen, which is great, and they specify only in gameplay, not cutscenes. But then stuff like graphical customization, you can customize your graphics. It has smooth performance with FSR2.
Okay, that is kind of stupid.
The whole trailer is cut with these things. It's like, well, yeah, that should be like the bare minimum for your PC version.
Yeah.
So why would you dedicate these custom tech? I mean, they clearly put work into this trailer, right? Some of the text actually like reflects into the screen space reflections in the game world. So it's like this required production work, and I'm just surprised that these are the things that they chose to highlight. It reminds me of that infamous Halo Infinite PC video where they're like, we're gonna make the best PC version ever. It's like, you can use your mouse and keyboard. You know, we got widescreen support, all the best PC stuff, and it's like, it's usually not a good sign. And the last thing I have to joke about is that if you pre-order it digitally on the PC, they give you a cloak, necklace, and fingernail combo that's all RGB based. So that feels like the ultimate, like, you know, tip of the hat to the PC audience. Like, you can get your RGB cloak in the game.
Yeah, there's something to be said about I mean, I've talked about it in the most recent video I did at the beginning of this year, where there's like some really bare minimum stuff, and I actually honestly do think at this point in time something like Ultra Wide is really bare minimum for a game. Like, a lot of people use Ultra Wide, and it's a really kind of standard thing to see on people buying and building PCs. In spite of some maybe percentages that the Steam hardware survey will say, I think it is actually a base part of the PC port experience these days. So to see it advertised in a trailer definitely makes me think, usually as like one of the core features and not other things, makes me think they're just kind of like, this is a bare minimum for it. But we'll see when it comes out. I'm going to be covering it, I presume. We'll see.
Well, look, there is some progress here in that in both of these recommended spec sheets, they do actually specify the target frame rate and resolution for the various settings, which prior to this, it hasn't exactly been a standard, right? Which basically makes the whole recommendations completely meaningless.
It's true.
But at least this time, we've got some idea of what's going on there. And in terms of minimum specifications getting out of control, 1060 is a capable GPU, right? But it was a capable GPU when it launched, and it offered GTX 980 level performance essentially. So, come on guys, it's 2023. And
that's it?
And we're talking about ports of titles that were developed for hardware that came out in 2020, and it was good hardware. It still is good hardware. So to basically expect PCs with 2016 level GPUs to be able to get 1080p 60 or whatnot, it's just not viable. Obviously, we'll be taking a look at Forspoken probably sooner rather than later. We haven't been offered code for that one. We have for the console versions. So yeah, there's that. I don't know. The thing is, after we get a lot of heat for pointing out that AMD-sponsored titles are often not great on PC. Callisto Protocol kind of reinforced our points, to be honest. I'm hoping for better things from this one.
From Forspoken?
Forspoken, for sure. And if you look at Returnal, it actually seems to be the way it should be, which is, essentially vendor agnostic.
It's interesting. The thing about Callisto that still gets me, though, is that usually AMD-sponsored titles do, and if you just look at them, they typically have reduced ray tracing focus, right? They sort of keep it light, but Callisto Protocol is kind of the opposite of that, I'd say. So
it's very different.
Yeah, that was at least interesting, and kind of a positive thing, I would argue, that it did actually have those features available, at least, even if they run somewhat slowly. But still, it was a good thing.
Some of the benchmarks on that one are quite fascinating, because you do see RDNA 2 competing with Ampere, right? And the reason it's competing is because both of those GPU architectures are horrendously CPU limited.
Yeah.
So,
right.
So it's a double-edged sword there, John.
Indeed, that's true.
Oh no.
Basically you can put in these advanced ray tracing features, but you're paying for it with the fact that
Bye.
the requirement is so monstrous.
So absurd. Yeah, that game is, I don't know. It still needs a lot of work, in my opinion. But
by the way,
a year later on my Ranger.
Fantasy 15 on the PC, and I was delighted to see that aside from some shader comp stutter, a 4090 can indeed deliver a nice 120 frames per second experience with all features on, including things like NVIDIA TurfWorks. And
TurfWorks.
And the not funny but awesome VXAO, which actually looks pretty darn good. So,
what about Hairworks?
Hairworks, I think if it's in there, I had it on.
Don't they have Hairworks on like the yaks?
Oh yeah,
there's like animals or something
animals,
like that.
So, but either way, Final Fantasy 15 it still looks really good, and if you have a more recent PC, it seems to run really well. So, it's always good.
Okay, well,
stuff.
Yeah, I bet you can't wait to be taking a look at this one, Alex.
Maybe, we'll see.
What do you make of these escalating memory specifications? We're looking at a minimum 16 gigs, rises to 32 gigs on both. Again, it's kind of just the direction of travel, right?
Yeah, that is, but it's also something that we haven't seen. Like, I haven't done any testing of 16 versus 32 in specific games that have done recommendations for them. For example, Spider-Man's very high ultra setting in their initial spec sheet, it also said 32. When you go up to that, much like it does here, when you go up to epic settings here, it says, you have 32 all of a sudden. It's hard to actually imagine why that would be the case, because, you imagine system memory is the place where resident textures exist for a while from disk as they're transiently there, as they're going into video memory based upon the way the PC system's developed. But textures don't get bigger or anything like that when you up resolution, usually in most games. And also things like all the structures made usually for the BVH, they are somewhat pre-processed on the CPU side, but the BVH is actually memory, the video memory there. So I'm not sure where that 32 comes
Alex,
from necessarily.
Here's my theory on this. The minimum RAM requirements have increased. I think that's true. But I think the people writing these requirement sheets may simply feel the need to, for the recommended, we just have to up the specs, right? Like that's just what you do with specs. So if the minimum's now 16, they're just like, oh, just put it 32 or 24. You know what I mean? Even if there's not actually a really genuinely good reason for it, it's just like.
So your contention is that it's kind of like covering their asses.
Yes, basically.
That's a very smart way to put it.
Okay.
I would love to do a test though in regards to both of these games, whether or not this actually bears out in anything. I would need to have like a proper kit for that. I think I've got enough memory to do that kind of a test actually. Maybe it requires its own video in its own right at some point in time when it slows down, when the release schedule slows down. Yeah. But that seems like something that could actually be interesting to look at, because 8 gigabytes is obviously not enough anymore.
Right. No.
I think, and I think that's fine because 16 gigs is really cheap these days, regardless. So
well, these games can't touch Adobe Premiere when it comes to memory requirements. I'll say that much.
Or Chrome.
Or Chrome.
Yeah.
Just a question from a supporter before we move on. Hi DF team, Forspoken's PC requirements.
No, for me it's Firefox.
Lovelace 4080, but also an RDNA 2 6800 XT. Do you think that due to the current gen consoles being RDNA 2 based, that those discrete graphics cards
but my Firefox eats like 2 gigs of RAM as soon as I open it. Because it has almost 400 tabs open.
So, Alex, this is not.
I recently, like over the last, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks, I opened another 50. Before that, I actually closed over 100. So I was, but at 450 at the worst point.
You look at things like,
but yeah, I have to go through the tabs soon, or I have to go through them again pretty soon. And I finally have to start watching the YouTube videos at like tab 20 and just go through them. So I can finally get rid of them.
You see that sometimes Nvidia is beating them the AMD cards there in a way that you wouldn't expect if this was a title that was originally designed only around the consoles as a base. So I think it is very much so title to title, and Modern Warfare 2 is one of those. I think we could probably ask them at some point in time why it is scaling the way it is, because it is one of the larger outliers we see. And it is a rasterization compute title. It's not like ray trace or anything like that. So it would be interesting to know why it is doing the way it is in the future.
There's also, going back to the last generation or the generation before that in terms of GPUs, Forza Horizon 4 was always a stone cold AMD win, right?
Yep.
But now with the new cards on Forza Horizon 5, RDNA 3 is not competitive against Lovelace at all. So yeah, it just kind of seems to vary from architecture to architecture, basically. So it's kind of weird, right?
It is very curious.
Let's move on to the next news topic. So I'm not entirely sure how we're going to cover this one, but
the character is almost dead.
Very sad news.
Oh, Pinky Shy.
Microsoft announced that it
I already miss you.
Laid off 10,000 people across the business. There's been a lot of impact on certain development studios. There's talk of staff being lost from the Coalition, from Bethesda. The headlines and much of the social media reaction seems to have been based around 343 Industries and Halo Infinite, where, I don't think it's a secret that this was a troubled development. John, what's your take on this?
Oh boy, this is such a difficult one. Obviously, I'm feeling terrible for everybody affected by this, because especially just right now, things are not good. And, we can get in... It's beyond DF to get into the whole shareholders, all this stuff, but either way, I will say in regards to Halo Infinite, I do continue to feel like 343 Industries their story is one of the more depressing in the industry. I think a lot of people joined that company wanting to make Halo. They loved Halo. Some of them grew up with it. And there is a sense that, and this comes also from some of the people that worked there, that the leadership just couldn't get it done. They couldn't properly organize the people to create these games in a way that worked or made sense, and we're just kind of left with products that I'd say it feels like 343's only real, truly successful initial big hit was like Halo 4, and even that had some backlash. Ever since then, it feels like every release is troubled, goes through a very lengthy, difficult development cycle. I don't know. I really hate to see it, and it feels like the people that are being let go here aren't necessarily. It's not necessarily because of performance. It's just they're on that list, right? And I don't know. That really bothers me because it feels like leadership maybe isn't. Yeah, I don't know. We don't know enough to say about what's happening internally. It's just it really bums me out to think about this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Any thoughts, Alex?
For me, it's the scale that is actually the most depressing.
It isn't. Well, here's the thing. We're talking, I can't
This
even
looks so
visualize
stupid.
in my mind 10,000 people.
Yeah, it's
You really hold them like a nerd.
It's honestly almost like if you were to imagine all the journalists just being fired, every single video games journalist. I mean, I don't know how many there are out there across the web, but 10,000 is a lot of people. And I mean, Microsoft's a massive company, and it wasn't just the gaming side. There was like a lot of core Microsoft services and like new acquired teams and things like that. But one thing that does, in terms of like a strategic thing that we talked about a little bit before this, is it is weird to be wanting to acquire another company at the same time as letting go of employees at your traditional like core companies. And it's just one of those things for me where I don't understand corporate politicking or shareholder whatever. I don't understand any of that at all. Like seriously, I don't even pretend I do.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. The merger was announced literally a year ago, and it was probably in motion for many months before that. I can't imagine that during those months they were thinking, okay, well, 18 months from now or whatever, we're going to have to let go 10,000 people.
I hope not.
So, this sort of correlation between the acquisition and letting these people go, it kind of, these are two very different parts of the business, right? And, it's not as if they can suddenly pull back.
It's more of an optics
thing,
hey, Rich, rather than an actual thing.
It's absolutely, yeah, that's it, right? But obviously, when you are dealing with 10,000 people, the sums are quite astonishing because, however many billions that are being pitched to buy Activision Blizzard would keep those 10,000 people employed for decades, right?
That's right.
But as I said, these are two entirely different parts of the business, two entirely different decisions, and it's not as if once you've made the offer, there are certain regulatory requirements. As Elon Musk will confirm, it's not so easy to back out. So,
the offering. That's good.
Didn't they post record profits though? In the last years, I think they're doing exceptionally well right now. And
is it the Xbox business that's doing that though, or is it Outlook 365, Office 365, which is just sort of like again, it's so many different. I mean, Microsoft as a business is inconceivable to actually assess. You can bring all sorts of parallels, I'd imagine, to the fore to sort of make this look bad, but it's just not great all around, really, is it?
You don't like people losing jobs.
Yeah, that's the thing, and at least one thing that I've seen was very positive. This is co-workers of these people, as well as other companies, are already looking and searching for hiring positions to get these people back on their feet. And in the case of a lot of Microsoft stuff, where a lot of it is actually based in the United States, a lot of people come into the United States on working visas and have to essentially really quickly acquire a new job to stay within their visa
60
permit.
days.
And that's those 60 days. And I feel like that is a huge thing where I don't know what the tech industry does about that. It feels really cold to me to just I mean, at least this didn't happen right before the Christmas holiday time, the end of the year holiday time. But it still feels like super cold to me that you're just kind of left on your own after you're fired or whatever. So
well, it seems to be the American way, based on what I've seen.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
okay. Obviously, there are other layoffs that were published this week, and obviously,
oh my goodness, yeah, right.
Yeah, our thoughts go out to our colleagues in the games media business that have also been affected.
Yep, it's the Yagi toll.
Again, there's not really too much more I can say about that because ultimately, I just hope these people do find gainful employment elsewhere within the business. But well, what can I say? it's never good. There's no good way to handle this, I don't think. What I would say though is that, you know, if you are acquired by a large company and their track record, their values and their track record are not in line with the original business, there's going to be friction.
Oh, yeah.
And there's going to be problems like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I forgot
really want
to buy the level 10 anti.
Oh, we aren't really
dang it.
qualified.
No, exactly. Just ramblings.
It's just really sad to see. Yeah. So that's that. Let's move on to the next news topic. I guess we're very close to the release of PlayStation VR 2 now. Surprisingly low-key run-up. I mean, at the time of recording this, we've still not even seen it, which is I think unprecedented for a hardware launch. But we do now have visibility on the entire launch window lineup. John, you're going to be handling the PSVR 2 review for us, and obviously you're deeply invested in VR in general.
That's right.
What is your perception of this lineup? What's your take?
This is a tricky one because the big problem I see that they're going to be facing here is that they don't really have a truly killer title at launch. I think if you look over this list, there's actually a lot of really great stuff, and it's, you know, it's typical of VR to have a lot of interesting experiences that may not offer that brand recognition, but the big two brands I guess they do have here that are original or kind of Sony related is obviously Horizon Call of the Mountain, which I've heard a lot of good things about, despite the fact that it seems to be a pretty narrow experience. So I'll be curious to see if that actually really works, because I think the general public perception is that this is not a full Horizon game, which it's not. But maybe it'll still be really interesting. The big one for me, though, actually, is the fact that Gran Turismo 7 does seem to have been confirmed that you get the actual GT7 experience. So it seems to be the full game. Kaz even says, like, everything except for split screen is here. Which, obviously, that makes sense, split screen. But that's a great change over GT Sport, which had extremely limited PSVR support. So that could be great. Then there's other games that have existed before that are coming back. You know, Res Infinite and Tetris Effect are both arriving, and those could benefit a lot just from... those are great VR games, and just having the higher fidelity of these headsets now available, it could make those experiences even better, I would say. So, but again, they're nothing new. But Resident Evil Village as well, that's getting a VR update this time, and it seems to be more complete and well thought out than... People loved RE7's VR implementation, but it was really just a headset implementation with the typical controls, right? This seems to be taking advantage of the new controllers to deliver more of a full, you know, full body experience in line with like a Half-Life Alyx kind of thing, right? Which is great. There's Moss 1 and 2 remasters, that's great. No Man's Sky is there, that's cool. I mean, there's a new game from Cyan Worlds coming here, The Last Clockwinder, you know, of Myst fame, for those that still remember Myst. Fantavision.
Yeah, John, why am I excited about Fantavision in VR? I am.
Yeah, because that's actually... So Fantavision really is, if they pull it off, it is really just... It's a visual showcase. It was designed on PS2 to showcase the particle systems that were possible on that system. And fireworks are beautiful. They are a visual thing that you see. And trying to replicate this with these nice OLED screens... in high res and looking all around, it could be quite an immersive and interesting experience that, you know, I'm excited for. But it can go on and on. If you actually really go through each title, I think you'd find a lot of interesting stuff that looks fun. But the real problem is just the price is super high, the economy situation's not great, there's not much in the way of real killer titles here. I think the big one that might have actually had a chance at breaking through as a killer title would have been something with the Astrobots, you know?
Yeah.
Because Playroom is well known for on PS5 for what they did there, because it came with every system. People loved it. And their prior game, Astro's Rescue Mission, is considered, and I would say it's pretty much the best game on PSVR 1, I think. Bringing that back and doing it like a big follow-up to that for PSVR 2 at launch would have been that could have been the big title. And I really hope those guys have something in the works along those lines coming up, but it's a shame we didn't get it straight away. So, I don't know, I'm very curious to see it, and I suspect, I don't know, VR is in such a weird place now, right? Because when PSVR launched, there was this mystique.
I'm pretty sure it will fail spectacularly because nobody has money right now. At least in Europe, nobody has money.
Now I think most people, they have.
Like, just by that, like, just because of that.
To it anymore. Just like, well, this is just a big spec bump. So that's gonna make this a tough
Nobody has a lot of spare change right now.
There's still availability issues with PS5.
To buy a novelty headset for VR bullshit that costs more than the fucking console that you can't even buy. Like nowadays, you still cannot get a PlayStation 5. It's fucking ridiculous. I mean, I have one, but I also didn't struggle to get one. I got mine just like that. But spoiler, I bought my Series and my Xbox used. I bought them from collectors, from like people that collect action figurines and stuff, and comics and so on.
It seems very low key. And I don't understand it, you know.
Can usually, like, sometimes people like that, like, try to get stuff away from their collection, or get rid of parts of their collection, because basically their fucking basements are stuff. And that's where I got both of my consoles from. And yeah, I did not pay a lot more than the original price. Yes, technically I also got scammed. I paid like I think $540 for the Xbox and $560 or $70 for the PlayStation, but both of them were basically unused.
How would you approach this? Would you do something like you did with Doom 3?
Like, you could tell that both of them were not used. Like, both of them were virtually unscratched. Like the PlayStation, like the piano portions of the PlayStation, like there was no scratches at all. The Xbox also was clean, like there was nothing on it. I'm pretty sure like they did not lie, like both of them basically just watched Netflix on them and a few discs, I think, a few Blu-ray discs. And then got bored of it and basically got rid of the things again. Oh crap. Yeah, that's how I got both of my consoles. And the PlayStation does not look as pristine anymore. Because if you use the USB in the front, you will scratch that thing instantly. Like, I just took a look at the USB's port a month ago, and I was like, oh my god, that looks like a fucking car door. You know, a car door where you always scratch the car with your key. Yeah, that is what that USB port looks like. It looks terrible.
See what we can come up with from there.
Yeah, I think there are certain games where I just want to see more, much more. You know, I want to know how GT7 is, you know, in the thick of it, so to speak. Horizon, I'd like to just have a slice of Horizon to understand what it's really doing, because I don't really know.
Yeah, I think doing green screen style stuff, it can at least try to explain and showcase, because you'll have your hands in the VR space, right? So you can actually like point to things, you know, highlight how things work. All of that kind of stuff,
that's good. Cool. Jesus. That's a good item. Problem is, I will never use this. As I said before, this character will never ever reach level 30. Oh, that's...
Yeah, we're going to do our best to bring you the best.
And I'll still waste my money on it right now. I just want to have it.
The next news topic. So it's kind of like a tale of extremes in the cloud streaming world this week. Stadia died, finally.
Dead.
And on the plus side, GeForce Now 4080 Ultimate tier launched pretty much the day after Stadia died.
Nice.
We've done a eulogy of sorts on Stadia. But what interests me is that GeForce Now seems to be doing pretty much what the cloud systems promised to do from day one, and which Stadia didn't deliver. So consider this. When the systems were actually first revealed, I mean, going back to OnLive, it was always about you really can't tell the difference between native and a streamed presentation. That's clearly nonsense for OnLive.
Wow, that's
yeah, I mean, GeForce Now 4080, you know, I've been playing it at 4K 120, and that is quite astonishing. Still not quite as good as a visual presentation from a local piece of hardware, but I do have a 48-inch display right in front of my eyes. Right? If that was in a living room environment, I don't think I would be able to tell it apart. Secondly, the whole concept of Stadia was, in fact, when I spoke to Phil Harrison about this, he was saying we do not want developers to be limited by compute. They were talking about daisy chaining together systems to give them as much GPU power as they wanted. And pretty much, well, the only system that has actually delivered increases in GPU power, I think GeForce is now up to its 4th generation of graphics upgrades in its server infrastructure. The 4080 performance varies compared to a standard 4080, but the bottom line is that for the most part, when you're in those, you know, up to 120 FPS sort of areas, the limiting factor is not the GPU, but rather the fact it's using a Ryzen 3000 based CPU. But this thing is just running 4K 60 easily, everything maxed. You've got access to DLSS, you've got high-end ray tracing, you've also got DLSS 3. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah.
John, you're not really mourning the loss of Stadia, right?
No.
Well, okay, that's a tricky one because, you know, I never liked Stadia, but I don't like people losing their jobs either, so it's kind of a bittersweet thing, right? It's more that I'm happy that that specific model for cloud gaming is what failed, right? More than the product
Stadia was
itself,
absolute garbage, yes.
It's about that, because Stadia was all about you buy games within our service and you pay to use the service, and it's all cloud all the time. The GeForce Now product, I think, is far more appealing to the point where I could actually see myself enjoying it in select instances, because it's basically like, hey, you own all these games already on PC locally, but what if you wanted to play those games via the cloud on another device when traveling or something like that? You can do that. You just pick up your Steam game, I guess, and continue playing from where you were, right? Like,
that's actually something I would subscribe to as well.
So
like, that is okay.
You're just playing on a different device temporarily, and then eventually you go back to your PC and you're on local hardware again. That stuff is great. Or also, I thought about this, like in the case of, like, if you have like a child, like my son or whatever, if he wanted to play a game on my account on like his laptop or something, which is much lower spec, GeForce Now could actually make that happen, right? In a way that wouldn't otherwise be feasible without using like my PC. So this is what I like. It's this, you're buying these games like you might normally on a PC store, but if you want, you can actually stream them out to another device, and it's all kind of connected. Streaming is optional. It's a value add rather than the key focus, and that's the big difference, I think.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's the other thing which was always a problem with streaming systems, and Stadia kind of embraced it wholeheartedly, which was the concepts that you're buying games at pretty much full price.
Yeah, full price.
Massive discount.
That was actually the worst thing.
But yes,
fucking full
you're buying
price.
something which has no. It's not tangible at all and can be taken away from you at any point. And fair dues to Stadia, they did actually refund me for every game that I bought on it.
Oh wow, they did?
But yes, that's something that GeForce Now 4080 or GeForce Now generally sidesteps, right? Because you're buying the games as you would on any standard storefront.
But that's the only good thing I have to say about Stadia from now on. They gave people their money back.
And I still don't know
Wow.
how they've done it. I mean, this was solved
I'm
with
impressed.
3080 tier.
Like this is not a joke. I'm impressed. I would have.
Lag was indistinguishable from a
Bet,
local
I would
console,
have
and in
bet
the case of select
a
titles,
few monies
it was
on
actually
them not
more
refunding
responsive than an
anything.
Xbox Series X. They've now got a 240 frames per second streaming option where full end-to-end latency is down to 30 milliseconds. This was the claim that NVIDIA made. We actually, well, I say we, asked Tom, because he's the latency measurement expert, and he's got a 360 Hz screen, to look at it and verify it, and it's been verified. So, you know, basically image quality not quite there, but it's very, very, very close, and it's doing 4K 120.
How's the frame persistence? Is it? Have they solved the problem yet?
If you are running with VSync off, which essentially seems to deliver frames to the screen as and when they're done, and doesn't really respect any kind of consistency, it's very noticeable if you're using a joypad and you're doing those kind of panning motions.
Right, yeah.
Less noticeable if you're using a mouse, simply because of the more jittery nature of using a mouse. If you turn on VSync, it's much better, but it's still not quite perfect. So yeah, that's kind of like the last technical challenge, I think, and I think a lot of people won't notice it, but I do.
Yeah. So this is like basically they're sending you a feed in a container that is 240 hertz. So
yeah, or 120 or 60.
And it's being V-synced on your display, and that's the thing you're seeing. You're seeing the V-sync of the unevenness of the frames, or is it actually something else?
The stream is well, essentially at the server side, if V-sync is off, the encoder just grabs the latest frame, right, the latest complete frame. It doesn't consider pacing them at an even rate. Whereas if you turn on VSync within the game on the server, it does seem to introduce some kind of consistent pacing, but I suspect it will come at the cost of latency. I couldn't really tell the difference, but then again, I'm not a competitive esports type.
Yeah, in that case, if you're doing like 120, I think it would probably be worth it.
Yeah.
Maybe not for 60, but for 120, I imagine 100%.
It is to the point now. I mean, 3080 did most of the legwork in terms of solving latency. I can't believe they've done it. I can't understand how it's done, but the results are borne out. Now, obviously, there are still a whole bunch of caveats to attach to this, which is that we test these systems on an internet connection that is entirely dedicated to the system, because we want to test the system, not the quality of our connection when dealing with multiple tasks running on it simultaneously. But you know, when you get to gigabit internet, as I've got now, you can run multiple things at the same time. It doesn't seem to be that much of an issue. So you know, I'm going to go into a lot more depth on this in a bespoke video. Because I think it's a bit of a milestone. 3080 was as well, but this basically gives you so much GPU power that it is quite remarkable, and you get frame generation. And I think there's some interesting tests to do there, bearing in mind the latency implications. And you get, you know, state-of-the-art ray tracing and rasterization performance. It's quite phenomenal.
I almost screwed up.
Yes,
you just saved yourself.
You know, when one system fails, another one continues to do rather well. I doubt it's, you know, got the same level of corporate aspiration as Google had for Stadia, but it's there. It's a thing, and it's a technical masterpiece, in my opinion.
It just kind of hit me how far we've come, or strayed, if you will, from like the old Atari 2600, where you're literally racing the beam, the electron beam in a CRT. To now we're like generating frames and then sending them out over the internet in these containers, and it's like there's so much obfuscation between the actual calculations to what the final picture ends up being. And that's not even getting into like just rendering pipelines in general, right? Which add extra layers of complexity. It's like it's so different from where we started. It's
and Alex, I think it comes with a shader butler.
Yeah,
because I think what happens is that if somebody else on your blade has played through a game, the shaders are cached. But it seems to be. I was on a preview server, right, and it seems to be a bit spotty. So you know, there are certain games, you know, the Ghost Runner demo, for example, where we know there's a massive latency spike, stutter spike right at the beginning, right? that wasn't there when I tested it. Secondly, I went into Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition. I went to the Tega, you know, the train scene that we use. That was stuttering quite badly. So,
weird.
but only once. So you know, maybe maybe they are using the server infrastructure to actually do the caching, which is an interesting solution to that.
I'm just picturing the shader butler as Jeeves of Ask Jeeves.
Yeah,
fame,
absolutely.
You know?
Yeah,
he's just there to cache your shaders for you as you like, sir.
Yeah, Stephen Fry was a great Jeeves back in the day.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next news topic. Just a quick one, because we're not happy about it, but what can we say? There was a leak this week of the Suicide Squad, the new Rocksteady game. We were hugely excited about it. I guess we still are hugely excited about it, but there are now big asterisks in play, right, John? A battle pass.
Well,
what's this about?
Apparently there has been this asterisk for a while where it has been known that this is a games as a service game. It's just that somehow I didn't pay close enough attention to notice that. So this whole thing with Battle Pass and games as a service, it sure kind of came as a little bit of a shock to me this week when I realized that, like, oh wait, that's what this is? I didn't expect that from Rocksteady, is all I will say on that, right? Like, this is something I was really hoping for, just a tight single player experience, because quite frankly, I think games as a service has become sort of this poisonous well for developers and publishers, I guess. If you succeed with a service game, you stand to make a lot of money. But I think it's been pretty clear by now that actually making a successful service game is exceptionally difficult, and most of them do not succeed. And the thing about...
Yeah, and even the ones that do succeed are just crap usually.
Can have a much more significant...
They're very watered down.
Said company than just, you know, a...
And annoying and predatory. That's actually one of the things you have to do. You have to be pretty predatory to get any kind of money out of it.
There's plenty of others if we actually dig in there. This does not always work out, and there's only enough room for an X number of these games as a service.
Yeah, that's another thing. If there's already 15 different popular games on the market, why make more? Just please stop.
The ones they like, and due to the nature of what a service game is, they're probably going to stick with it for a long time if it's good. So I feel like this is such a bad idea for them, and the whole marketing around it, and like, does Suicide Squad even have that appeal? I mean, Crystal had the Avengers, right? And it completely just didn't, they didn't pull it off. And I liked aspects of that game, but the service aspect of it absolutely ruined the game, because it just turned everything into these repetitive sort of quests that just watered down the entire experience to the point where it kind of lost itself. We don't want that again.
Yeah, plus there was the whole Thor's helmet debacle this week.
Oh.
Where,
what was that?
Yeah, it's basically a costume, a variant of Thor. I think it was an MCU costume with a helmet that was put out, and they've put out a variant without the helmet, which is otherwise exactly the same, and they're charging more money for it. Which, you know, this is the thing, right? When you get these sort of irregularities in MTX and whatnot, that becomes the headline rather than whether the game is any good or not.
That's what keeps popping up.
So, from a development side of this, I'm always worried about these Battle Pass games and or these MTX games, because what it means is it requires a lot of transformational time, money, and energy into a developer that hadn't done that before, and maybe he's not playing to their strengths. So you had Halo most recently, or you have my goodness, the Avengers game, or Anthem, where the developer that made games that were on release were like the finished product, and then there might have been DLCs after the fact to expand on that product. Some of these games also had multiplayer in the past before, but they weren't GAAS multiplayer games. And then when they're kind of put in there, tacked on, and I can't even imagine one where it's actually worked really well. Everyone's really pushing this Destiny model, but Destiny was no marks planned for such a long period of time and iterated on.
I remember I had said the same thing 15 years ago. There's no fucking marks. Stop lying.
So
He's not as cool as you say he is.
Square thing going in a round hole for certain developers, and it doesn't fit their MO, let alone their previous development style. And in the case here, I'm really worried about it because this is the game they've been working on for so long since their last one.
It, right?
And there's a lot riding on it. Kind of BioWare, also a little bit similar situation there to a certain degree, but not as they had at least multiple projects going, multiple studios. But this is Rocksteady, and if this doesn't do well, I'm really worried about it.
I don't understand.
And they're
I
a
don't
good
understand
studio.
the left turn on that either, because I mean, unless that was what.
Yeah,
really wanted to
Rocksteady is
do,
dead, I think.
This has been in development for so long, and it does feel like this might be part of the reason, at least, where they had to shift. They were known for making these single player games, and now they had to shift into making this thing.
Yep.
It's a big ask of these companies.
This will break their necks, I'm pretty sure.
If it doesn't succeed, what then? Will they not survive it? I wonder. I'm actually baffled that Gotham Knights was not the games as a service game. That's the one that seems like that's a single player game that feels like a service game. Right?
Wait, it is a single. What?
And
the intro to it.
I figured that was the service game.
Yes,
and
of
Suicide
course.
Squad
I
was the
also
game
thought that.
I was waiting for. That
Gotham.
was a single player
I did not even know that
This is
Gotham
why I have
Knights
that, but
is a
I
single
guess the
player
key here
game.
is, can they still deliver a good single player experience for the people that do not want the service stuff? If they can do that, then that's wonderful. But it's just the risk of this. All this battle pass stuff, for me, it's never worked outside of, I admit, I did enjoy Destiny initially. But when Destiny launched, it did have problems, but those problems actually made the game more endearing because it felt like you were on this weird adventure of nonsense and weren't sure where they were going with it.
Weird adventure of nonsense and desperate fixing.
Pedestrian, I would say. And now it feels like games as a service is figured out. It's just, this is battle pass. This is how these things work, and it's all this predictable hamster wheel stuff, rather than exciting. I guess the last one that is kind of a service game that actually made me excited, and I still love it, is Sea of Thieves, because that actually, and again, that got hit with complaints of not enough to do.
Wait.
But, that actually did create that feeling of going on an adventure. It was really cool. But these ones that come out that feel all cynical with these, you know the menu, right? You see that menu where it's got like 4 characters lined up, and your character is larger than the other 3, and they're all just standing there doing idle animations, and you got all these menus about all your character stats and battle passes and the next mission. It just, there's a very specific archetype for those menus that you just see over and over and over again, and as soon as you see it, you're like, well, I know what this is. And it's never good for us. Now, people that love that stuff, maybe they'll be happy, but we'll see.
Let's round off the news with a story that is about a single player experience, and it's the Callisto Protocol. There's news that the holding company are not particularly happy with the sales results of the Callisto Protocol. There was a lot of controversy and dissent in opinion about the quality of the game at launch. But let's put aside the technical issues at the moment, because PC in particular, wow. But PlayStation 5, even Xbox Series X, it was pretty good stuff, right, John?
Yeah, although the Xbox, again, I think the Xbox version wasn't as good, and that I'm sure that affected opinions on it, right? I guess in the end, this game ended up being quite divisive, because leading up to it, it was kind of, you did get the feeling they were pitching this as like a spiritual successor to Dead Space, especially considering the related talents working on it. But in the end, it's not actually a game that's very much like Dead Space at all. Conceptually, in terms of themes, I suppose to a degree, but the
yeah, that's all I know about it, or I made that up myself. It looks like Dead Space.
Game than the typical slow survival horror. And if you don't jive with that whole melee system, then you're probably not going to have a great time.
I know nothing about the game. I've seen like 10 seconds of footage, I think, and I was like, oh, that looks kind of like Dead Space.
Doing it late in the year like they did, launching with all those technical issues, it being something that's not quite like the thing that people thought it would be. All these things come together to just create a situation that is very difficult, and I think the expectations were a bit too high for that, considering. But I hope you never know what these companies actually tend to. But the thing is when you launch something like this, if you really want it to find success, you've got to continue to nurture it even with these stumbles. And yeah, it's a lot of money, I'm sure they invested, but I feel like it would be a waste if they were to just say, well, that failed, and then close everything, right? Rather than saying, all right, let's step back and see what we did, because we did a lot right here, but some things didn't work out. What can we do to actually really make this work better? Because I would argue, like, you know, Dead Space 1, while very good and beloved, Dead Space 2 is the one that was sort of like the critical mass hit, right? Like, that really caught people.
Yep.
It's also the same with something like Mass Effect 2. Even though I also kind of prefer the first one myself, but most people prefer 2. And again, it was like, well, you know, that was at least a hit right away, but I just feel like they need to nurture this stuff. And
I can definitely see that Dead Space 1, that a lot of people like the first one better, because yes, it is more of a horror game compared to the second one, but the second one technically is just so much better. The game runs, like the animation is much better, it's less clunky, the weapons are less, the weapons are much less shit than in the first game.
Produce figures as good as like Resident Evil.
Yeah, the second one just is super good.
You know, it's very rare for a new IP to actually hit straight from the off. I guess the question is what they can do going forward, whether they continue to invest in the Callisto Protocol to build up that goodwill, to build up the IP, to make the game better, or whether to simply plow on straight into a sequel regardless, or whether to have a rethink. Yeah, I think the reason I put this on the docket, John, is that, you know, you're a firm advocate for the game, whereas a lot of people just don't seem to get on with it whatsoever.
I kind of saw this coming from a mile away, though, right? Like, even if it had turned out better, it's just, this is such a brutal time period for games, and I think we're kind of just heading in a very dangerous direction where to get the amount of money necessary to make these types of games and the amount of time is so high now, it's difficult to justify investing in this. But then you have the other risk, is if you're just doing the same old, or games as a service, or you're like Ubisoft just regurgitating things, then you get into your own trouble, a different can of worms on that. And it's just, it seems like getting a hit is pretty darn difficult these days. And the amount of work it takes before you know whether you have a hit or not, and the amount of money is so ridiculously high. I don't know, it worries me.
Okay, so let's move on to supporter Q&A. This is the final part of the show.
That's why I don't give a crap about graphics. Give me better gameplay.
So yeah, if you want to get involved,
give me good gameplay and lots of stuff I can do. And no, I don't mean as lots of stuff to do as in, oh yeah, give me, I don't know, Apex grind for 300 hours.
Every surface has been laminated. John, you want to have a go on this one?
I mean, that was just kind of where we were with. That was when we were shifting to more modern rendering pipelines, right? With like,
give me more Tales of
but
games.
The lighting wasn't there yet, I would say.
That doesn't need graphics. I just want gameplay.
I mean, I have a pretty good idea why. Like, so John's just describing like.
I would be completely fine with going back graphics-wise, like 10 years back.
It's like what John is saying. It is the way.
Like literally, look on the screen. I'm fine with these graphics.
But one reason why
I mean, they could be nicer. Yes, would be cool if they were upgraded by 1.5 generations. But
they ended up throwing out almost all of that.
Most important, in my opinion, most important part for me is actually the animations. They could definitely need overhauls for the animations in this game. But besides that, I don't care about the graphics.
Any of those early Unreal titles, the thing that's letting them is not like a direct light usually, but it's like each character would get like a spherical harmonic on them, and it would take in the contribution of a number of light sources and then try and light the model. That gives zero directionality to any of the lighting in the game, and every edge of the character model glows like crazy, and then the shadow doesn't even line up anymore.
Wait.
Play Gears of War, you'll see that the shadow, like depending upon where you are on the map, it just like moves. So when you look at this is getting a normal map, but the lighting that's being fed to it is like what John is saying. It is the way
ridiculously high. I don't know. It worries me.
Okay, so let's move on to supporter Q&A. This is the final part of the show where every week we field a bunch of questions put to us by supporters on the DF Supporters Program. So yeah, if you want to get involved, join the Supporters Program. It's awesome. First question, one for John. This one's from Dirk Hodderin. One for John, although I think Alex, or indeed all of us, are equally qualified to answer this one. Why did Unreal Engine 3 games have that weird wet look, like every surface has been laminated? John, you want to have a go on this one?
I mean, that was just kind of where we were with. That was when we were shifting to more modern rendering pipelines, right? With like, and shaders were being integrated into things, but the lighting wasn't there yet. I would say, right?
Yeah. Like I mean, I have a pretty good idea why.
Go on.
Like, so John's just describing like shift to new modern techniques, normal maps. Mm-hmm. So every surface is getting a normal map, but the lighting that's being fed to it is like what John is saying. It is the way. So Unreal 3, I actually really disliked it.
Yeah, same.
But one reason why I disliked it is because their initial showing for it was light maps, real-time directional shadows, and then also like a good baked lighting system. They ended up throwing out almost all of that
door
at some point during Gears.
That's not always there.
One's development cycle. And they ended up doing almost no real direct lighting in the games. So when you look at Marcus Phoenix, Gears of War 1, or any of those early Unreal titles, the thing that's lighting them is not like a direct light usually, but it's like each character would get like a spherical harmonic on them, and it would take in the contribution of a number of light sources and then try and light the model. That gives zero directionality to any of the lighting of the game, and every edge of the character model glows like crazy, and then the shadow doesn't even line up anymore. If you play Gears of War, you'll see that the shadow, like depending upon where you are on the map, it just like moves around the character. It has no bearing on like the real sun direction or anything like that. It's awful. And almost every game up until they kind of revitalized Unreal Engine at that point in time had this look. There are some occasional titles that didn't have it because they went their own rendering route. Like, if you play something like, actually I can't. I'm trying to think of any of the early games that don't have it. they almost all do.
What? Borderlands.
Oh well, yeah, that one. Well, if you look at the lighting model there, it doesn't. It's very different. So they did something very different at one time. Also, it doesn't use like normal shading.
I think it's this interim step, Alex, where they didn't have a really good solution for lighting. Whereas if you look back at older games, they just kind of baked everything out, right? Light maps were common, and without the need to like light these like normal maps and bump maps and all this kind of stuff, it was it didn't fall into the pit
all
as
just
much, right? It was just exactly.
Yeah.
So
it's a
that's
curious
why
one.
The Unreal Engine 3 games that aged the best were the ones that found novel solutions to lighting, like Mirror's Edge, or like, well, we're just gonna pre-compute all of this stuff. And it's going to look great. It's completely static, but it looks great. And I think this push towards this desire for real-time lighting ended up, it was too early for it. Like, these were steps that had to be made, but everybody wanted to have like dynamic light sourcing everywhere, and it just wasn't time yet for that. Not that
it still isn't. Jesus.
Still, yeah. It's a step that had to be made, though.
It still doesn't work all that well.
Where does that sit?
Oh, that's like they totally ripped out.
Yeah.
It's like the deferred rendering pipeline's already in at that point in time. There's so many other things. They actually use direct lighting in that game quite often, unlike the early Gears games where it's pretty hard to find any light other than your muzzle flash that is a direct light.
And then we got, with Gears 3, that's where they introduced the light mask system that was really common with Unreal, right? And that did help a lot in terms of like pre-calculated lighting, I would say.
Yeah, and then they also mixed it with real-time shadows, which is something that was not at all in Gears 1 or Gears 2.
It's really that first 4 or 5 years of Unreal 3 that was pretty dire, where they didn't have solutions to those problems yet, and like everything was low in the dark, like it was all being lit by like a white cube map or something.
It is so. I just went
found the sword.
BO3 video. I did load up Area 51 Blacksite because John mentioned it in the video, and it was just hilarious to look at how that game looks. There's some interesting things in there, but man, it is Unreal Engine 3 looking game.
Okay, fair enough. Let's move on to the next question from Tangan86. I often find that my CPU is bottlenecking my 4090 even at 4K when using RT. What are your recommendations?
Oh, I forgot the dude. It's a ranger. That doesn't make any sense.
Prioritize single thread performance.
Like the character that's her master is like one. It has to be a fucking hunter, but he is not.
The question is just yes. It does seem to be the case that there are limited returns beyond 8 cores, and so you do have processors like the new Intel ones, which essentially target 8 performance cores, and the 5800X3D, which has that plus all of the cache. So yeah, but it's wow, that's a kind of interesting question, isn't it? What do you make of it?
Well, I don't know what Sagan, you didn't list your CPU here, so I don't know what you have. But in this case, this is such a problem where, depending upon the game, you can see really good returns for your CPU. I actually think Spider-Man's one of the more justified. Like at this point in time, after all the updates, there's still maybe some work that could have been done, but it feels a lot more justified when you look at Callisto Protocol, The Witcher 3, or a number of other titles.
Yeah, there's just profound CPU problems there, whereas Spider-Man is CPU heavy, but you kind of have an idea of what the workload is, and it is kind of justified.
Yeah, and you also have scalable settings there, so you can, like, these other games just don't allow you to scale the settings other than arbitrary on and off buttons, which is really bad. In Spider-Man, you have the ability to change that, so I feel like here there's actually no good way to prepare your PC other than, I would say, 8 cores, the fastest single thread performance you can get, and look at that over an average of a number of games. Not just, like, that's why I'm always a little bit worried about the Vcache, 3D Vcache stuff, because it doesn't pan out over all games always. And so I guess we gotta wait to see when those new processors come out and see like what the scaling is there. But I don't think as a gamer, if you're just using games on your PC, you need like that 13900K is really great, or KS and stuff, but like the models below it also with less E-cores are also really good. So yeah, that's how I feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's challenging because there are game engines that, you know, basically n-way threaded. As many threads as they've got, the game will utilize. But then there are games that, you know, basically it's all about single core performance. Then there's games that seem to basically weren't particularly well cache optimized, and the X3D stuff does really well there. So, you know, that's why my answer to that last bit of the question is just yes, because every game has got a particular requirement, it seems. Let's move on to the next question. This one from Ferdifant. IDF-humans.
You don't know. I'm a cybernetic organism. You don't see the lower half of my body too often. It's just like wheels, actually.
This question might be a little silly. Since it has become quite cold in my region, I try not to heat as much, as I've noticed that after prolonged gaming sessions on my PC or current gen consoles, I can go to bed without feeling the chill as much. Room. So the question is, I put this one in because I know you've got a good answer for it, John, by the way. Have you ever noticed the heat output of your devices to be affecting your room climate in an especially positive or negative way? And how do you place your devices so you... Well,
positive as in it gets warmer, yes,
in
definitely.
In my case, I've just moved my gaming devices as close to my bed as possible to survive the coming winter nights. I love your content and hope you're not freezing.
Wow. I have the opposite problem.
Yeah.
All this hardware
right?
in my room, these monitors, the PC itself, everything, they generate so much heat that it raises the room temperature significantly. In the winter, I can usually, unless it's under a certain level, I can pretty much just turn the heaters off in this room because the hardware keeps it warm. In the summer, though, I have to use air conditioning just in this room to survive because it increases the temperature of the room so much compared to the rest of the house. And that also means that in the summer, I try to minimize when I use certain devices. Like if I'm capturing on my TV, I just turn off the PC and all the monitors. If I'm just doing something on there, I'll just use the monitors I need. You know, I'll remove any overclocking that I've done and try to keep the PC running as cool as possible to reduce the amount of hot air it spits out. You know, so yeah, I definitely take a lot of those precautions.
Alex?
I have the exact same issue as John, where in the winter, this room that I'm currently in doesn't need as much heating. I mean, I could also still turn it on because it's not like I'm constantly leaving on my devices while a game's rendering. Or even though, like, a lot of the time is like scripting and working in Premiere, where the Premiere work itself isn't too heavy on like the ambient output of the thing, but as soon as you start doing exports or, you know, crunching, then that's when it happens. But that's this winter. But during the summer, with the way everything is here, I have to close the door to get a good like audio ambience in here. And then all of a sudden the PC just like, oh my god, it gets so hot. The room with like, if I open the window too, since I'm on the top floor of a German building, there's no such thing as air conditioning, of course, and all the heat rises. So I'm on the top floor here, and it's like, oh my god, I really would love to do a temperature check up in here during the summer. I think it would be way hotter than
the top floor is. Ooh.
So for top floor, do you actually mean penthouse suite?
No, not penthouse, because a lot of old German buildings don't have penthouse, but they have the floor above the attic is the last place you live in. It was only added on after the plaque. Not penthouse suite. No.
Let's move on to the next question. This one from Crazy Joe. The A in crazy is a 4. So this is like, you know, hardcore stuff. Let's go on to the question. Let's say you have a 120 Hz TV / monitor and you lock your games to 60 FPS for a stable experience. You want to achieve the best possible experience in terms of smoothness, latency and stability. Equally important. In your opinion, what is the best way to achieve these goals? Activate the VRR feature of your TV / monitor so it runs at 60 Hz basically, or let it run at 120 Hz and enable VSync with a frame rate cap at 60 FPS. Kinda like a half-rate refresh VSync found on consoles. Thank you. No, thank you, Crazy Joe. Alex, this is an interesting PC-style question, right? Because I think the answer is to basically cap frame rate, but remain within the VRR window and not use VSync.
Yeah, that's the answer to this. And it's going to be per game basis at this point, unless you're willing to dial in your settings. But for example, like, I don't know, just like your modern AAA game, use RTSS and or any of its other alternatives that could possibly do it better, or the NVIDIA control panel, or in the game itself. Usually the game's the best for the latency thing. And cap it at, like, say 86 or 80 or 90, and then let VRR take care of any fluctuations below that if you're not going to be hitting 120. I think doing half-rate VSync is well, there's no really reason for you to be doing it, is based on what I'm seeing here. Yeah, I don't see a good reason for it.
What about the console thing, John?
What I'm saying is, like, on Xbox, you can choose to output at 120 Hz all the time. And I'm saying, and also on PC, I'm saying it's best to match your refresh rate to your top frame rate, even if you're using VRR. Like, if you're playing on PC and you're hitting like 90 to 120, then yeah, you want 120 with VRR, and that's the way to go. But if you have like a game where the max is 60 and it still can dip below that, I still think going to a 60 Hz container is better than a 120 Hz container, because you get that. I complain about it a lot, but the double image effect, it drives me nuts. And even though flat panels tend to have lots of persistence blur, so it kind of hides it, it still gives a more streaky, I don't like the way it looks, basically. It blurs the image more. And so yeah, I definitely recommend sort of picking your refresh rate based on the type of content.
Yay!
Because it definitely makes a difference.
Okay, which
final question
one?
here from Kimo Sabi, with various.
I think it was claiming a stake, right?
I'm just reminded of.
Value of money? Oh no, they're claiming a stake. Talk to the kid in front of the medical building. Okay, claiming a stake, secret delivery.
of the TV version of Die Hard.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
It's Yippee-ki-yay Kimo-sabi. Anyway, the question. Really enjoyed your Battlefield 3 video this week. Thank you. Always solid work. After hearing a short story about Tom, what was your most memorable show you attended? Doesn't have to be good or bad, just the one you remember best. So yeah, in the Battlefield 3 video, we were talking about how Tom went to see Battlefield 4 before the consoles were out. Yeah. We had no idea what the HDMI capabilities of these consoles were, whether there was content protection on it, as per PS3. So we basically sent Tom to DICE in Sweden, armed with a complete standalone PC, multiple capture devices, multiple HDCP strippers, and hoped for the best. And it actually turned out that he didn't need any of that. The HDMIs were clean. But anyway, interesting question about our most memorable show. I was at the E3, which had the Konami disaster event in it, which I think John, you and Audie did a kind of commentary of that.
Exactly. That was pretty Giant enemy crab.
Yeah, but that was also
no, that's not Konami.
Where, we just
right.
Innocently attended the Xbox 360 media briefing. Then at the end, they just said, "Yes, and everybody here is going to get a new Xbox 360 Slim." It's like, okay, and they did actually make good on that promise. It wasn't just like the Americans; everybody that was there got one. That was kind of memorable. And it's in fact the 360 that I used for those recent retro time capsules. John, favorite event, the one you remember the most?
Oh man, it's got to be E3 2019. That was one of the best. Just so many things happened. Like, too many stories to share here, but just lots of random wild stuff getting in there.
Like?
Well, there was some dinners that I attended with different groups, and some of the stories that came out of those dinners, and some of the people that I was getting a chance to sit down with and talk to, are things where if you look back and you think, gee, like, could I foresee myself in this situation? Like 10 years ago, the answer would be definitely not. So I don't want to get into details on what they were, but there was some fun stories there that I did not expect, and I still remember a lot. But I will say I also got stuff I can say is it was extremely enjoyable trying to talk with the creator of Tetris, Alexei.
Oh, okay.
That was really fun, because when we first met up with him, he had the grumpiest expression on his face. It looked like he wanted to be anywhere else but there. And then we get outside, and we just started talking about stuff, and Audie was there with me, and he brought up how his mom was like Norway's Tetris champion of like 1991 or something like that. Something from back then. And that completely made him like light up with excitement, and just talking about that era again, watching him sort of come alive. And he would just say, he said so many things in that interview, and you could tell the PR was like looking at each other like, this is weird. Especially when we asked him what his favorite Tetris was, and his response was unexpected. He was kind of like I love the Tetris with the little
Puyo Puyo?
with the people shaped as the Tetris blocks, and then they kind of come together, and it's like, wait, are you talking about like erotic Tetris or something here? Or?
What? Oh, RIP.
Stuff there.
No.
But, since you were
I thought I was near enough.
I think
I was like, the second I pressed the button, I was like, no. And I did realize that, yeah, I had to do the heavy fire to kill it, or to hit the shot.
Just that open, of just like, you can see anything you want.
God damn it.
Look at everything in the game. We will show you everything. And that was an absolute blast. And filming that whole thing, and alas, I also got to see the
Oh, okay. I just didn't get a star atomizer. Okay, so that's... Wait. Oh, hard. Regenerate gear. But still.
PC version, which
Dang it.
never actually shipped, but it was looking really nice. Which is a shame that got canceled, but that was a really fun trip, and those guys were just awesome up there. Stuff there. But since you were talking about the studio visit with Tom, though, I think the studio visit that I enjoyed most was actually when I got to visit those guys in Runcorn that did Onrush. Because
that was pretty decent, right?
Because those guys, I've never been in a studio that was just that open, of just like, you can see anything you want, talk to anyone, look at everything in the game, we will show you everything. And that was an absolute blast. And filming that whole thing, and
Onrush is a PS1 Xbox
version, which
One
never actually shipped, but it was looking really nice.
fundraiser, right? Yes, it is. Yeah, that game was cool. It was I have that game. That was on the game was on PlayStation whatever it's called, the subscription, PlayStation Gold, whatever.
So
PlayStation
that was a
Now.
really fun trip, and those guys were just awesome up there.
So
Alex,
technically I don't own it, but I can access it.
We had a lot of fun back then.
We did,
as long as I have
we sat down
PlayStation
for the,
Plus.
NVIDIA RTX 2000.
Not PlayStation, no, PlayStation
launch.
Plus.
And I just remember looking at you agog. You were literally, your jaw was
That was
open.
your first conference thing, Alex. I remember that.
It was completely... I haven't been into many since because, you know, I got hired at DF, and then this thing called COVID. Pandemic. So we haven't gone back then, but that was so much fun being there with you, Rich. I mean, the fact that Rich also came out was great due to the NVIDIA launch essentially at that point. Because like the normal day stuff, that was like, you know, John and I could have covered that other stuff really well.
Typically, when there's a new GPU launch, they have these things called Editors Days. They don't really do them so much now, where they do the presentation to the public, then you get a deep dive behind the scenes. So that's the main reason I was there, so I could comment a bit more authoritatively about the new products when we actually got them for review. But yeah, that was fun because it was the three of us there, and it was really great stuff. And
it was awesome.
It was really interesting seeing you interact with all of the developers working on raid tracing games at the time. And also, you know, it's like, oh look, over there's Steve from Gamers Nexus, which I think you were a bit starstruck as well.
Yeah, I didn't actually walk up to him that day and say hi. I also said hi to Ryan Shrout, who didn't really remember me when I met him years later. Right. He didn't, but it's okay, I'm easy to forget. And then, who else did I see that day for the first time? And I was like, oh yeah. Oh, that's when I also first met Tom Peterson.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was great because he was working for NVIDIA back then.
And the 4A guys, or guy.
And the 4A guys, poor guy, yeah, that was Ben Archer there, which was also really awesome. Also 2019 with John, because I was just chilling with John that time when we went to Gamescom. And I had the embarrassing story where I forgot to register as press beforehand.
Yeah, I think we can tell that now. It's been... That was
yeah, it's been enough time.
We went from the hotel, and I was driving my car, and we parked in the Gamescom parking lot. We were literally across the street, walking up to the Gamescom entrance, and then I was like, "All right, get your registration stuff
lanyard out.
Or what? Get this thing out, because we got to go show it to the people at the desk." And you're like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" It's like the thing, the registration that you had to do to come, and he's like, I didn't do that." And I was just like, uh-oh.
But the moral of the story is that somehow it all worked out. Everything was fine, and John and I had one of the best times.
And the people were very helpful at the front desk. They helped us sort that really well, so everything turned out great in the end.
Nice.
So it's no problem.
Did it help that you can speak fluent German?
Oh, I'm sure it did.
It definitely helped, along with a little bit of winking.
He did the Alex charm came out in full force.
Really?
I might have charmed.
That was the first time I experienced the full brunt of Alex charm in action. And I was in awe. I was starstruck. Just like, my God, this is incredible.
Yeah, I'm interested in your sort of reminiscences about the Series X.
Oh,
ooh, yeah, John.
We went to
you know what?
Microsoft
Okay,
March 2020.
That was probably one of the coolest trip, I would say, in the end, because man, they really showed a lot of cool stuff there, and just seeing a new console for the first time.
What is going on?
Seen it, I think the most memorable part there for me has to be when we were just before dinner on the main day. They come into the room.
Did the last one bug out?
But she had.
I can't remember getting the thing where it just came from over here. I think I didn't get the thingy over there. Where I just found that one boomer.
Out of the bag and says, so this is the Xbox Series S.
I remember running into the thing, but did it spawn again? Like respawn after I killed the first wave?
You know, during that 6 months,
whatever I killed before I went away and left that one boomer alone doing its own things there. I definitely got this one.
That was the longest sort of embargo kind of thing that I think I've ever experienced, where it was like
the embargo had no date on it.
Yeah, it was just
the NDA had no date. Actually, it did. I think it was like the end of the year.
Or exactly, something like that. So
but that was basically, you know, the reveal of the Xbox Series S to us was so good that we were saying that they should do it in the event, whatever launch event they had. But basically, it was like, you know, reach into the handbag, bring out an Xbox Series S, and it was like, wow. And I instantly fell in love with it just because of that reveal, but just because it was an actual console, right? Yeah. Because, you know, obviously with the form factors of the machines being so outsized,
I think it's
the
bugged.
Sense that consoles aren't what they once were, which was, you know, the ultimate.
Or maybe it's invisible and I have to hit it.
Efficient device. You know, it was never about best of the best.
I knew it, for fuck's sake.
About, you know, basically.
So I did not.
Device.
Oh my god! I did not.
And I loved it as soon as I saw it. And I thought, wow,
the first time I did this quest, I think it was on my Hunter.
The handbag reveal was
the same thing happened. The thing did not spawn.
I do also look back at that event for.
And I did not just made that up in my head. It actually happened. Oh my god!
And to be fair to Phil, he basically said, "Give me 5 minutes with John. Let's talk Game Pass."
Well, I mean, to be fair, I used more in 2022 than I ever had before. So, you know, I definitely did make use of it now. But it was fun chatting with him about that stuff, and
he wanted to reassure you that your physical games wouldn't be taken away from you.
Oh yeah,
which I think
come to your house and burn your collection.
Yeah, it turned, his knowledge in classic gaming turned out to be more impressive and vast than I expected. And I was like, wow, okay, you really know what you're talking about. And we had good chats about that stuff. And that was also the night when I got to chat about SSX and the Dreamcast version being made. You know, if you recall that. So that was with Kate Rayner, actually.
That's right.
Because he had worked on all the SSX games back in the day.
I didn't know she worked on that.
Helped architect all the engine technology behind them. And, you know, so we were talking about that initial Dreamcast version that was canceled, which was different. The PS2 version uses like Bezier curves to generate the terrain to make those really smooth slopes. And they were doing like a more
traditional method on
Dreamcast, but that ended up not getting that far.
Oh no!
It just became a PS2 launch title, and
maybe I cannot get the thing right now.
I gathered that, you know, talking about SSX tricky.
Do they go gray again? I don't think so. I hope so. Oh, if they don't go gray again, good. So even if I have to finish the quest to basically unlock this. Wait, no, I talked to all of them. Okay, I'm talking bullshit. I just talked to all of them, so... Secret delivery. Wait. No. It is very good. Oh wait, what? I can't use it. Yes. Yes, I want to cancel the thing. I'm sad that I still don't have maggot or grants. Well, maggot, I don't care. Actually, I don't care about maggot, but grass would be cool. Yeah. Can't believe that this thing is so bad. I mean, it's cool that at the level where you can use it, it's probably extremely overpowered because, Jesus Christ, look at the stats. You need 52 ATP. This thing is as good as a rank 3 gun. So, kind of impressive? Question mark? Okay, I gotta pee, and after the pee, I'll finish Ruins, and that will be it. That will be the death of my first character. Or, well, not the first character, but the death of, well, yeah, whatever.
more than anything else.
Yeah.
That was the triple head
Yeah.
one, right? GameCube, Xbox. And,
yeah, which I've always thought was interesting because they made the FOV narrower and tricky and changed it all the way the particles and lighting and effects work, so it looks a little bit less. It looks less good to my eye than the original SSX. So but I think it's just more platform agnostic, so it's easier to run. But so many good times from back then.
Absolutely. So Kimasabi, you've got a wealth of answers to that particular question, but I'm sure there are many, many more. I mean, I was at both of the Sega New Challenge conferences where they revealed
I'm envious of that one. That's amazing.
That's cool.
The problem is it was so long ago that many of the details I've just completely forgotten about them. I do remember going into the Sega building and it's like, okay, there's the architect of the Dreamcast hardware. It's like, wow.
Didn't you guys like experience Yuji Naka like getting very angry at like a French journalist or something?
Yeah, sure. Yes, basically some preview materials for Sonic Adventure had been leaked, and the guy whose publication leaked them was in the room, and yeah, he wasn't happy about that.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. But yeah, that was a pretty fantastic series of events there.
Quite very exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's it. I think that's the end of the show. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please do like, subscribe, share, ring the bell for those notionally instant notifications. As always, no guarantees there. And DF support a program. Yes, please do support us. If you like what we do, get involved with the show, get involved with our brilliant community, enjoy the wealth of benefits we offer. But that's all from us for this week. We'll see you next week. But in the meantime, thanks for watching.
Welcome everybody to Kick Scammers, the show where I, DJ Slope, look into the scammiest individuals behind very specific Kickstarters, Indiegogos and GoFundMes. It's a show I've been running for several years now, and whilst I work on the Amico scandal, I wanted to show you 5 of the worst video game Kickstarters that I've covered over the years. But the big plot twist in today's episode is plagiarism, the fraudulent representation of another person's language, thoughts, ideas or expressions as one's own original work. But is it really fair to label these projects as plagiaristic? Well, that's for you to decide. Regardless, every single one of these projects have taken more than their fair share of inspiration from some of the most recognisable games ever released, and today I got 5 of the most blatant examples I've ever covered in Kickstarter's plagiarised video games. Welcome to Slope's Game Room. And guys, before going ahead, I want to take a quick minute to talk about this video sponsor, Pixel Starships. Pixel Starships started all the way back in 2015 as a Kickstarter, but unlike others mentioned in this very video, not only was this one successful, it has now blossomed into a fully fledged space-themed game with over 8 million players. It's super addictive and it's fun to play. In Pixel Starships, you can build and manage your own starship in an MMO world. Command every aspect of your ship, from the power system to the crew to mining and battles. You can trade or battle with millions of other players. This game can be played on both mobile and your PC. It really is quite amazing. The best way I can describe it is it's kind of like an FTL game, but with plenty of bells and whistles attached. You can upgrade each member of your ship, you can battle other players, the game has typical RPG elements too. You never know who you're going to be going up against, and getting your little guy to dash between rooms and repair your weapons whilst dodging enemy fire can be quite exhilarating. The game, as you would expect, is always getting updated with new content, and surprisingly it is not, I repeat, not pay to win. Download the game and try it out yourself using my personal link down below and get yourself $100 of free Starbucks on arrival. Cheers Pixel Starships for sponsoring this video, but now let's crack on with the video. Oh, it's coming soon. No, it's not. Apparently the Facebook group is the best place to get updates on this game. Oh dear. So, Shining Empire, shockingly, is not just an RPG, the game is a bloody MMORPG. Why am I not surprised? We've covered loads of failed MMOs in this series so far, and
Which
this
game?
was an MMORPG that needed only $1,400 to make. Yes, $1,400, one of the most expensive type of games you could ever make, is asking for almost nothing. But there is a pretty big reason that this got funded so quickly. You see, before it was called Shining Empire, the half-made game so far was originally a fan project called Shining Force Online. However, after it was put out, Sega quickly slapped it down just like they did with Streets of Rage Remake, although weirdly not Sonic 2 HD. But anyway, the game was then moved over to Kickstarter in an attempt to change the recognisable characters and names into something new. And, as it's on this list, it did in fact hit its goal of $1,400 as 116 people managed to build it up to $3,056. You can see where this is going, right? Well, yet again, nothing happened. I'm going to keep this one super short too, because the game got funded super quickly, and after it ended, the developer made not one, not two, but 3 updates, and then vanished. Compared to other
Bye.
projects, yes, this one isn't that horrific, as they didn't make that much money, with the worst of the losses being one person who pledged $130. However, it's when you look in the comments section, which again is full of angry backers, where you find one seriously disgruntled backer that goes into detail giving as much evidence as possible about why he thinks the whole thing is a scam. You see, not only has the creator done a runner, but the creator's biggest fan, someone who'd been following Arcade County for a really long time, not only never backed the project, but has also done a runner. Yeah, I'm getting a strong feeling that both Arcade County and Ezekiel Kane are not only friends, but possibly the same person used to calm the crowd. So, what can the backers do now? Nothing. They got no choice. Have you noticed how this video doesn't give a name or even show the creator's face? Sorry guys, but no sheep action for you today. Our story starts back before the kick-started Project Kumo, a boy in the clouds, with Kumo, an emotional story in the sky. Honestly, there really isn't much to show you here, as the campaign owner has successfully requested the removal of the campaign, but thanks to a member of my Kickstarter detective agency, I do have a small glimpse as to what was on offer here. A Kickstarter with a very bland image and a very subpar body of text. It was apparent that the campaign was heavily inspired by both Rhyme and Journey, a couple of highly respected games in their own field, and even though the campaign got quite a few updates, even being featured on the Unreal Engine YouTube channel as part of a news and community spotlight, it was obvious it wasn't going to be hitting its goal, and on February the 1st, 2019, it was cancelled, with the campaign owner Benjamin Gregg teasing about the possibility of coming back and doing it right.
Lies!
That day came a couple of months later on July 31st, 2019, and to give Benjamin his due, he did indeed take this time to learn how to do Kickstarter right. There's a definite skill required to create a compelling campaign, and over the past 5 months he had turned one campaign that only earned £1,366 of a £25,000 goal with 55 backers into a campaign that earned £22,071 of a £13,450 goal with 781 backers. Yes, he asked for about half of the amount and earned a stupid amount more than even the original goal for the same exact project. Honestly, there is no real secret or scamminess to any of this, besides the fact that his first attempt was completely hidden from view under a different account. But the real reason is that he had a good video, he had a good body of text, and he had great rewards, and a fully playable demo. It's as simple as that. Or is it? plenty of updates continued on, with plenty of feedback being given back and forth between the dev and the backers until it eventually ended, and as stated, it did quite well for itself. Greg's Twitter was active, the campaign was active, apparently his Facebook was too, and most notably his Discord was incredibly active, with the most hardcore of all of the backers finding home right there. Now, I could drag this out further by telling you that every single update leading up to its failure, but there's really not a lot to show you guys. Besides a couple of very typical issues and hiccups on the surface, everything seemed fine. Heck, he even set up a GoFundMe campaign to help out other developers during this trying time, during the pandemic that we're currently in. In the words of Tim Nice but Dim,
well, thoroughly, absolutely splendid. They're bloody nice blend.
Seriously, everything seemed pretty normal. That was until May the 5th, 2020, with the typoed update, bit legal problems. Let's sit down and have a chat. As you all know, today there was a major issue happening with Kumo, and unfortunately, that is not the only problem that has arrived during this development time. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, I'm not going to pretend I'm like the victim or giving up on the project, but unfortunately Kumo is going to be going away for a little while. He has gone to farm to play with other atmospheric games, and will return sometime in the future. 6 months? 1 year? I don't know, but when it does, it will be a whole new experience. Same characters and same story. But all of this is causing too many issues to my family and my friends and myself as well. I will not be closing Twitter / email or Discord. I will still interact with everyone and keep you updated whenever it is necessary. If you see this as me giving up and finding an easy way out, then I'm sorry, but that is not the case. I simply need to step away and come back as a new developer and bring Kumo with me, a whole new style. Thank you for this amazing year. So, what were these issues? Well, the very first indication of any issues came after a very angry tweet that soon got deleted. That read, so due to some trees, Kumo's development has halted and may end up having to fight some legal actions over Tequila Works, claiming that I have stolen assets from their game Rhyme. After nearly 3 years of development and 10 years in the industry, I have never been so insulted. Just to make sure you're up to speed on this, guys, Kumo, the Kickstarter game, took a stupid amount of inspiration from a game called Rhyme. It was quite open with that inspiration, in all honesty. And now Tequila Works, the guys behind Rhyme, are threatening legal action because Kumo's trees, seen in the demos and trailers, are apparently the same trees as the trees found in their game. And these are those trees. Guys, these images got thrown around all over Twitter, and quite a few respectful news sites jumped on board too. People were furious at Tequila Works for being the big I am and forcing the little guy to make unnecessary changes. It's disgusting behaviour from a greedy company. They're bloody trees, guys, chill out. Who cares? Besides, absolutely everybody agreed that these were not even the same trees. One of the places that took this story and ran with it was on a forum post over on Resetra, and they also agreed. These are not the same trees.
I want to see the trees. God damn it, die.
They very clearly aren't the same trees. I can easily find a tutorial on how to make a tree like that. Tequila tripping. Not a great look for Tequila, honestly. They're different trees. Yeah, those aren't the same. Yeah, not sure how they look the same at all. Everywhere you looked, people were backing up on how to make a tree like that. Besides, absolutely everybody agreed that these were not even the same trees. One of the places that took this story and ran with it was on a forum post over on Resetra, and they also agreed. These are not the same trees. They very clearly aren't the same trees. I can easily find a tutorial on how to make a tree like that. Tequila tripping. Not a great look for Tequila, honestly. They're different trees. Yeah, those aren't the same. Yeah, not sure how they look the same at all. Everywhere you looked, people were backing up poor old Benji. Personally,
I would need to see them a little bit more clearly, but they look very similar.
But it did, which again was why he deleted the tweet and was why Tequila Works officially responded. We want to confirm that we have not taken any legal action against anyone. We have only contacted the developer of Kumo as we saw some similarities in the assets of his game, specifically the trees, being the same as we created for Rhyme. We thought that this must have been an oversight or mistake, so we have been asking for them to be removed. Tequila Works, May 2020. So, who's to blame here? Is Tequila Works just throwing in legal issues on anyone that looks like they have a similar tree to theirs? Or is Benny Boy doing something wrong? Are these trees even the same trees? Well, one thing is for sure, Tequila Works honestly do believe that yes, they are the same trees. And one thing that a lot of people kept bringing up is the fact that Tequila Works trees looked quite similar to Breath of the Wild's trees. Fancy taking on Nintendo, do ya? Look, think what you like, because at the time the vast majority were on Kumo's side. That was until the members of that Resetra thread started speculating and digging a little deeper into this whole forest fire of a campaign. As stated, everyone for the most part seemed fine up to this point, but dig a little deeper and you get a much better understanding as to the real person behind the Kumo campaign. He set up competitions so that fans and backers of the project could put their assets into his game in exchange for t-shirts and Steam keys, which actually started to wind up quite a few people as they saw it for what it probably was, his way of getting free assets for his game. This seems like a way of getting free labour. Not really. This is just a competition. If I wanted, I could spend a lot of a concept artist, but this is giving someone a chance to have their illustrations to be part of an actual commercial game. On top of this, eager Nintendo Switch collectors, among other consoles of course, were confused by his claim to release physical versions of the game on all major platforms, which would obviously be dramatically lower than the minimum quantity needed to release the game physically on all 3 systems plus Steam. Let alone the whole hardcore process of getting the game greenlit by all 3 companies and getting hold of all 3 companies' development kits. When fans asked him about this, he shrugged it off with a simple answer such as, yes, it will be a physical cartridge. And then, shortly after, went back on his word on Twitter by saying, digital only, I would love physical, I think it would make me cry, haha. This was again flip-flopped on August 24th of 2019, where he announced that €6,000 of the money raised was spent on travel tickets to attend the GDC Expo, and that the travel company that he worked with refused to refund him. Because of this, a Nintendo Switch release is simply just not gonna happen physically or digitally.
Oh no.
Moving into the next year, we start to see the rumblings that he doesn't want to make the game anymore. I have to be honest, with my current mental state these past few weeks, I honestly don't know if I have a passion for making Kumo anymore. Every day I question if I should carry on and if it will be worth it for me in general, as it causes more and more issues mentally. I look at the game and just start to hate it more as time goes on, and I can see the progress. But do I enjoy making it? No, not at all. Is it too ambitious? No, not at all. Why am I making Kumo now? I don't know anymore. What does this tell us? Well, it tells us that Ben may be dealing with a few inner demons. He even says himself that he isn't in the right mental state. Now, obviously, I'm not knocking him for having any kind of mental issues. I'm just showing that these tweets were made at the beginning of 2020, proving the fact that from this far back at the very least, he didn't want to work on the game anymore. And it is also worth noting that the Resetra member, Kitty, who posted these findings, did state that allegedly after tweeting comments like this, some backers rightfully asked for refunds, which resulted in him deleting the tweet and backpedaling, saying that he doesn't mean to cancel for good, he means he was only thinking of temporarily postponing the game. Can you see anything about a short step back from the project in these tweets at all? Because I can't. These cries for help would end up being pretty consistent, and for every upset backer that came along asking for a refund, endless amounts of others would completely outnumber them, offering up their sympathy. The whole GoFundMe thing happened, as already stated, that did in fact raise just over €100 before it stopped accepting donations, with no proof or updates at all on where that money ever went. And of course this brings us back up to date to the whole tree issue that even his most angriest of backers couldn't argue against. These are not the same trees, right? Page after page of people ripping into Tequila for stolen tree assets that were so obviously not stolen continue to get posted all over the internet, and then the tables started to turn. These trees are similar but not exact copies. Just more context, not defending Tequila Works. It was at this point that Benjamin put out the Bit Legal Problems update that we looked at before and walks away from the whole project due to the stress it was causing him. And this was when that Kitty user downloaded the backers only demo and did a much closer inspection of those trees. Yep, they were indeed, when twisted around the right way, very, very similar trees. This new information blew up with some people still sticking by Benji, saying that it could be copied, whilst others turned a new leaf and were furious at the Kumo developer for flat out lying, leaving the big question now to be, was this the same tree asset or was it just copied? Regardless, even with his loyal fans behind him, there was some definite shady stuff going on here, and he really didn't help himself, because as soon as this GIF started getting posted all over the place, he quickly deleted all of his social media profiles and his Discord. Due to people not being respectful of the situation and causing extreme stress and pressure to the point where I'm feeling sick, even after my statement, people have continued to make false situations with attempts of rips. I'm going to be closing down Kumo completely and stepping away from game development, as I'm extremely worried for my health. Kumo's Discord and Twitter will be removed within 24 hours. I thank everybody for the respect you have given me. And on the very same day, on that Resetera forum, a member going by the name of Noodle finally showcased the final piece of evidence by ripping the assets of these trees from both games. So yeah, they're the same model, dimensions identical to the nearest thousandth of a centimetre. By this point, millimeter? Guys, there was no denying it. The fact
what the fuck? The nearest thousandth of a centimeter.
Did indeed steal those tree assets from the Tequila Works game.
No, wait, that's not correct.
Many of the
no, that's a no. It's actually no. It's
thing was a setup by Benji.
What are they called?
No, wait. Works found their work in another upcoming game and asked behind closed doors peacefully and calmly for the developer to remove them. The developer of Kumo already stressed that the process of making his game saw this as a get-out-of-jail-free card, shouting out against Tequila Works publicly, trying to shame them. He did. He got a nice big group of people behind him, supporting him, which
I forgot what the unit below centimeter is.
Give up, and he did. It's easy
the
to
unit below millimeter.
So many people thought this was the case. Did this series of events actually happen due to a plan put in place by Benji? Personally, I don't think so. But there's no getting around it. These are the facts. This series of events did in fact happen, planned out or not. Think what you want. Seriously, I welcome it. In fact, I'm pretty sure that
well, a millimeter is 1,000th of a meter. There is obviously there is stuff below that.
It's just the way this list of events
I don't remember what it was called though, or what they are called.
Because a few pages later,
I'm pretty sure it's not a nanometer, right?
And shared with
I think a nanometer is even smaller.
Was before this Kickstarter had
maybe it is a nanometer. I don't remember.
And he's been ripping off art styles, lighting, color palettes, and even character designs from my work and other devs that I know. And I have some additional screens showcasing the timeline of when he may have acquired the tree model in question, as well as other potential rhyme assets. The lengthy post shows text logs after text logs of Greggy constantly asking devs that he has befriended to let him have their assets. Can I has it? Lol. Could send me the material nodes and I'll modify it, sneaky face. Also, how's the water coming along? I still want your one, haha. Can you send me a screenshot of your tree trunk's wireframe so I can get an idea on the way you're pulling it off? Dude, that water is beautiful. Give it me, lol. Please let me have them trees and rocks. Give me your goddamn grass and trees. I hate this FPS drop, lol. And this all came from just one of his game developer friends, but apparently there are a lot more, including, according to these screenshots, Rime developers as well. I got in contact with them and asked if they would be okay with me taking inspiration from the game's colour palette and how the buildings stand out from the environment, and they replied with they would love it, so I am. He claims he got texture packs directly from the devs too, however we only have his word on this. Did he get sent these texture packs and the trees legitimately or not? Honestly, I can't say for sure. That is very much up to you guys to decide. The dev that he constantly badgered for trees and water assets among other things gave his opinion on the matter. I have no way to verify whether he got these textures legitimately or not, but given the situation here and his past behaviour of badgering developers for assets, it seems worth mentioning. I hope this showcases my perspective with Ben. I'm all for building work and being inspired by people and works that you idolise, but the situation here seems pretty cut and dry, that Ben managed to rip and or steal assets from Rime for use in a Kickstarter campaign game that netted him tens of thousands of dollars, which he then cancelled. It's frustrating and extremely disappointing, and I feel very sorry for the people he lied to. And that's
I never played it though.
Are. Benjamin Gregg did jump on an interview to explain his actions as best he could, but very much tripped up on a lot of what was said.
I just want to make sure that everybody knows that, you know, I'm...
No way they don't have Rime.
Accident. It's just a fucking accident. You know? Whether or not...
I had it installed for a minute, like 4 years ago, I think. In 2019. I think Rime was on Game Pass for a while.
Has happened. And you know, and I would like to state that, you know, I didn't ask for any uproar. I didn't ask for anyone to go anywhere. I just simply, you know, was honest and said that there might be this. Like, there might be this going on. I didn't, and then people started claiming that that they are going to take legal actions. And it's like, they never said that. Chill. Chill.
And even though the teasing of the project coming back to life being a possibility if all of the legal issues could be sorted out with Tequila Works, his final update on May 16th, 2020 came in going completely against that. Hello again, so the situation has been resolved. Going forward, I have decided to fully terminate Kumo for good. The post goes on to explain how he has tried to be as honest as he can be during this whole ordeal. Some people have been kind, others have been rightfully taking his word the wrong way. He said that he would give every single backer their money back and ended the update with the following statement. I am going to be taking some time away from the computer and focus on my family and friends whilst I decide what I will do in the future, if that's freelance or to pursue a new type of career. But it's something I must decide on my own and go ahead with. Thank you, Benjamin. I do not need nor want a refund. My contribution was small and it's not an issue. Hi Ben, really sorry it didn't work out. Honestly, I don't want my refund and would prefer you keep it as a token of my gratitude for the heart and soul you've put into this project. Hi Benjamin, I don't want a refund either. All the best. I don't need a refund. I paid to back you. I won't retract that. I hope all the best and please keep the amount I donated to you. Keep being you. My donation was a gift and I will not accept a refund. I don't need a refund. Cross me off the list, please. Rock and roll racing. Who remembers this? Micro Machines meets the 90s Beavis and Butthead generation. Hell yes. Go on, pick up a controller, there's plenty of tunes for all. The small development studios were obviously big fans. They went ahead without the permission of the IP owners, who just so happened to be Blizzard. They decided to go ahead and make Rock and Roll Racing 3D a full-on indie remake of the classic cult game. And as you would expect, the game gained a fair amount of attention and a whole heap of concerned fans. And besides the Wallies that were asking for Ouya ports, even Team Yard themselves admitted that if Blizzard knew about the game, then they're probably going to close the project. Did they? Yes. But thanks to that flexible goal, Yard team was still able to pull in a measly $1,505 of a $30,000 goal before they were forced to take it down. And to their credit, they still went ahead and made the game anyway, albeit with the new name Motor Rock, which found its way onto Steam. And of course, Blizzard got that removed too. Probably because it's not only just a blatant obvious rip, but it actually straight up steals assets from the original game. Heck, even the bloody installer is RRR3DSetup.exe. Oh boy. Thankfully, this isn't the end of our story. You still got some good, and you still got some bad. Firstly, the bad. Looking back on that Indiegogo campaign, it doesn't look like the team ever went to the effort to actually explain the situation to backers that still had to cough up the dough. And from what I can tell, none of them got a copy of the game. But the silver lining here is that this game can still be purchased to this very day. If you like the look of this, then go ahead over to Yard Team's website, chuck them a few bob, free bob to be exact, get yourself a Steam key and download the game directly from Steam, even though it's supposed to have been removed. I did this exact same thing, and I can officially tell you, yeah, the game's alright, I suppose. Nothing too special. Just, you know, go and play the original. So here's a question.
Honker.
Where do you draw the line? No, come
Oh
on.
no.
How is
Banjo.
Ukulele given the okay with its inspiration and Cupid Jazzy not so much? Obviously, I am joking. In case you don't know, Ukulele was a game designed by several of the original members of the original Banjo-Kazooie team. It got released and sold very, very well with mixed reviews. And Cupid Jazzy is quite possibly the biggest rip-off ever created by a studio that made false promises, failed to get funded, and weirdly, it actually still got made. Kind of. So to start off, Cupid Jazzy wasn't exactly hiding what it was taking inspiration from either. They literally said it in the trailer. This was a game based off the popular titles from Rare's glory days on the N64. Banjo and Kazooie, as well as Donkey Kong 64, were both brought up in that trailer. It needed 92,000 euros, and it got 656. Nobody commented on the campaign. 4 updates were given, with the final one being, thank you everyone for your support. We will keep working hard to bring you one of the best next-gen 3D platformer experiences.
Lies.
And finally, a PayPal was set up to receive donations, and that was it, right? Obviously not. Well, actually, when you take a closer look at the campaign page, it's actually insane how close this campaign got to not only ripping off Ukulele, the game, but also the campaign page itself, as well as a few other properties too. In fact, a lot of what you see right here is because of the hard work of III Indie Gaming, another YouTuber that went heavy on this when it was actually live, and because of him, well, a lot of what you saw on that front page actually got changed. They claim that these were all just placeholders, of course, but you got to ask, why would you actually launch a project asking for this sort of money with placeholders still in place? Regardless, who cares? It didn't get funded, it got heavy criticism because, let's be honest, it went too far with its plagiarism, and that's that. This sort of thing isn't new, and even with the clickest article that popped up one day before the Banjo-Kazooie composer Grant Kirkhope left the project, for a few months, that was quite literally the end of that. Until Dallas Review got involved. And in case you don't know who this guy is, he is a rather huge Spanish YouTuber who for some reason out of the blue decided that he would buy all of the rights to Cupid Jazzy, changing its name, its main characters, and adding his voice, which was dreadful by the way. The game is now called Fur Fun randomly. It also appeared on Steam as an early access title, and this was when it really did start to get very, very controversial. So not only is this game a rip-off of a spiritual successor, with its first attempt on Kickstarter being a rip-off of another Kickstarter campaign, but this new game that they were charging you for originally, by the way, not only had Timon from The Lion King front and center and God knows how many other store-bought assets, but of course it also had stolen assets too from, you guessed it, Banjo and Kazooie itself. This is when the whole thing blew up. YouTubers such as Jim Sterling, among others, started talking about the game at length, with harsh criticism being the topic of the day.
How did I never heard? How did I miss that? Holy shit!
Strikes to pretty much everyone besides Jim Sterling for some reason that had something negative to say about this trash heap, which was everyone, of course, that actually played it, especially Jim Sterling. In the eyes of Dallas, the world was out to get him, when in actual fact, the game was not only terrible, but littered with more pilfered assets than a pirate squatter house. As time went on, the whole debacle became way too much for the team, as the project got removed from Steam, the developers were never heard of again, and as for Dallas reviews, yeah, I mean, he's still active, and some people actually believe that this whole thing was a setup to wind up people, get them talking about him, which will ultimately get him more YouTube views. Yes, he's one of those kind of YouTubers.
People like Quantum TV?
June 24th, 2014 was the day that this campaign went live, asking for $50,000, which, let me tell you right now, it smashed. Now apparently this incredibly ambitious looking title wasn't exactly copying the ideas and style of Stalker. It was essentially a brand new game in the series by the original developers. Everything fans wanted, besides the name of course. Now it's worth remembering that this was 2014, a time when nothing had been heard of from the original developers for years. In fact, there were rumours of a proper Stalker 2 development being cancelled, circling around in 2011 before being confirmed in 2012, and fans were getting a little desperate. It didn't matter that the campaign was a little too ambitious, asking for only $50,000. It didn't matter that the new studio was apparently based in Ukraine, yet the campaign stated otherwise. It didn't matter that they were pushing to create all of this on a brand new game engine and to release beta versions the following year. And of course, it didn't matter that the new studio was promising way too much, claiming that this was going to get released on the PC, Mac, Linux, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, and of course, the Wii U. Again,
Wii U?
Only 50k.
Oh god.
Wanted this game to exist. Regardless, the campaign was doing well enough to probably get funded, even though all of these red flags were popping up all over the place. Just like all campaigns, the backers mostly consisted of casual backers that looked at it and were like, oh, cool, a new Stalker game. I used to play that. Yeah, I'll back it, and not really bothering to look at anything else. But thankfully there were a few people out there that saw this and wanted to dig a little deeper, especially as plenty of news sites such as Kotaku, Forbes and Vice News were slowly popping up during its life, and honestly they didn't have the greatest things to say about this project. I mean, you guys can see the trailer yourselves. It's not exactly shot badly, but for a game that's supposed to be coming out only a year later for beta testers, there's not a lot going on here, is there? And the follow-up gameplay trailer to keep people happy that came out shortly after, yeah, that looked about as bland as the original campaign video, didn't it? It was obvious to all who were watching that it wasn't all that far along. Anyway, besides all of the big sites covering it, another site called WiiUDaily.com, which unsurprisingly isn't around anymore, covered the story and decided to dig even deeper, and what they discovered was pretty hardcore. After having written a somewhat careful article about the game's Kickstarter when it was first launched, mainly due to the Wii U stretch goal, the website put out yet another article a couple of weeks later during its live showing off how scammy the campaign actually was. You got images ripped directly from Unity's medieval utility screenshot with a little bit of photoshopping in an attempt to cover all of that up. More asset stealing examples were shown with the soldiers in the game, and this is probably my favourite part of the entire scam. The guys were so desperate to prove that this was, you know, a real thing, and they did that by, I'm never going to say this again for another video I ever do, ever, they claimed that Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, was a big supporter of the game. Here is the letter, definitely sent to them by the Russian president, who was definitely not too busy with the Ukraine crisis and MH17 disaster for the time, which translates to this.
Dear Eugene, my daughter told me about your game called Ariel, which is the spiritual successor to Stalker, and told me that she paid money to support your project on Kickstarter. I also love video games as well as shooters, and I like this idea. It's important now people do not shoot at each other, but instead play games like this. The first part of Stalker took place in the Ukraine, and in the second game Ariel, you put all events in the centre of Russia. And if this is a war with mutants in a video game, then that is very interesting. I attentively familiarised myself with your idea, and I really like it. If you give me the chance to play the alpha version of the game when it is ready, then I invite you in advance to look.
Yeah, of course. As if Vladimir Putin would know what an alpha version even is. Like this dude can probably barely tell you what a toaster is. And I know he has been a spy in the past, but
this didn't happen. Moving on.
I don't know.
There was obviously rumours that fake pledges were being pushed through too as the campaign came close to a close with only 3 days left to go, which obviously helped it get over its goal, and these claims became even more realistic as a good portion of backers had seen all of the mess unfold and put down their pledges to only $1 to, you know, see what happens. Shortly after, it hit its goal due to a $10,000 pledge. That nobody claimed was theirs, by the way. Updates started pouring in, shouting out against these articles that very quickly drew doubts against the campaign, literally with only just over a day to go until they could pull it all back. These updates were pretty hardcore, publicly calling out the individuals who were reporting on this mess and the people who were commenting against the project too. It really did rub people up the wrong way. And the comment section, as you can imagine, were filled with people angry that the campaign owners refused to answer genuine questions, such as, is the video made in Unity, which many believed that it was, even though that they claimed otherwise, and spoiler alert, eventually they admitted it. And of course, what's the budget breakdown? Because everybody agreed, even from the get-go, that 50k just was not enough for what they wanted to make, which sounded like a AAA game. These were standard questions, by the way, guys, that the team either completely ignored or said that they were getting trolled and therefore didn't answer them. This could be proven even more when you look at the Reddit Ask Me Anything, because so few of the hard questions ever got answered, if at all. Anyway, it doesn't matter, does it? Because all of this hullabaloo caught the attention of Kickstarter themselves, who cancelled the project just 2 days before they were able to pull in $64,928 from 1,090 backers. Although, how many of these were actually real pledges? I guess we'll never know. And that was the end of that, right?
No.
Obviously not. Now, the Stalker games up to this point were obviously made by quite a large group of individuals. So the big question is, who was working on Ariel? You got Eugene Kim, Peter Dushinsky, Eugene Tushkinich, and Yuri Negorobrov. Yes, you got plenty more faces on the Kickstarter page, but again, not many, and definitely not enough to do everything that Ariel promised. And because of this, plus all of the obvious lies about the game's development and shady answering, several ex-team members who also worked on the original game series started coming in to shout about this being a scam. There was a lot of back and forth between these individuals and the people running the campaign. It's a scam. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. It was pretty boring to research, and I'm not going to waste your time going through every tiny little thing here. However, if you are interested in looking into it a little bit more, I'll leave an article down below from VG247.com so you can look into it yourself. However, what is interesting is the fact that the campaign, as stated, claims that its development team is in Ukraine and Las Vegas. Why is this? Well, that would be because if the campaign was a success and did go through, it would not have gone to the team, but instead Leonard Kovtun, who is believed to be an investor in the game who answered the call early on when the team was looking for investors. Now, again, I can't confirm that this was exactly how they met, but at some point they definitely did meet. Now, Leonard is heavily in bed with another guy called Maximilian Kovtun, who have shared the odd court case together when the odd felony had popped up. None of this, of course, is relevant to this campaign, so I'll move on. Now, excuse me whilst I jump around timeline-wise here a little bit, just to show you guys how many campaigns these two individuals have been involved in, including Space Pioneer, a failed Kickstarter that was for another game that again didn't really show any gameplay footage whatsoever, but promised to be the definitive space-based game of our time, letting you explore space, obviously, and build up colonies on random planets. In other words, I think it was trying to be No Man's Sky, but with real astronauts helping create it. Again, I'm not sure, as it didn't hit its goal. However, you can still back it on another crowdfunding site called WFunder, which we'll get to in a bit, or via PayPal, which according to the comments, plenty of people did, and you guessed it, this game never got made. Then of course you have the first nuclear energy power station in space. That one was not only a stupid idea, but I'm guessing didn't pull in the money that they was expecting with its flexibly funded goal. In other words, it didn't matter if they hit their goal because they were going to be getting the amount of money they earned anyway, and well, what do you think? Do you know of any nuclear power plants in space that got made for $150? Me neither. And more recently you have the Travel Mate. Yes, I've brought this one up a few times already, haven't I? The suitcase that follows you around, and well, not a whole lot else. With its crazy late delays, never delivering anything, this campaign snagged $8,903, again with another flexibly funded campaign, and another $788,420 on its second campaign, and is now basically just playing the delay game, so that credit card users run out of time to claim for their money back. When that time does come, of course, expect to see the usual, "Oh, I'm sorry, we ran out of money" post, if you're lucky. Most of the time these campaigns just simply stop posting. The reason why is because, like I said, by this point it'll be too late for you backers to complain for a fraudulent refund from the bank. Now obviously this is just my opinion, but considering these guys have been found to be deleting negative comments and just, you know, not going ahead with anything that they promised, crazy amounts of delays, I'm pretty certain that it's never going to get fulfilled. Hey, if it does end up coming out to all of the backers, then maybe I'll make a follow-up. And you know, no, I will make a follow-up and I will apologise. But considering I've looked at it, the shitty Kickstarter subreddit have looked at it, the Stalker subreddit have looked at it, and my own Kick Scammer detective agency have looked at it, and we've all come to the same conclusion, I think it's a pretty safe bet to say you're not getting your suitcase. Anyway, that's Leonard. Enough of all of his failed campaigns that have netted him hundreds of thousands of dollars and never delivered at all, because Ariel, well, that didn't hit its goal, did it? And it was on Kickstarter. What I'm saying is that they didn't reach their goal and therefore didn't make any money. That was until they also popped up on WFunder under the new name Stalker Apocalypse. Now, WFunder, this is a crowdfunding site that unsurprisingly no longer exists. I don't want to call it fake, but I'm going to. Looking around, the only thing that I can find online that was promoted for this website was Stalker Apocalypse, and everything else didn't get any real investment. But was it actually fake? Well, a lot of people came to that conclusion. In fact, a lot of people thought that the Aerial team made the crowdfunding site themselves, but as we already know, that can't be true because Nuclear Energy Space Station made its way on there at some point before the Aerial campaign. So of course, to tackle this, WFunder, which was also known as Worldwide Funder, put out a statement disproving this on mcvuk.com, which read, Worldwide Funder has sent out a statement distancing itself from West Games, the people behind Stalker Apocalypse, claiming the developer did not make the website and that the crowdfunding campaign will continue. This confusion came out because Leonard Cofton is a member of our company, read a statement. He knows West Games and showed our platform to them. Unfortunately, some people jumped to conclusions and wrongfully associated us as one and the same. WFunder is a platform that gives people unique social options and great degree of creative freedom, blah blah blah. Yes, Leonard is connected to the WFunder as well as Aerial as well as Stalker Apocalypse. Obviously after this, nothing much came from Stalker Apocalypse. The true original Stalker team got back together shortly after to work on a new project and stated in a Polygon article that the team has neither the expertise nor the permission to make a Stalker game. We started to develop a Flash-based, a web-based Stalker before 2011, an isometric open world Stalker, and that was these guys. When we realized that this project would not be as good as we wanted it to be, we closed the project. They are trying to steal money from people with this crowdfunding website. With Kickstarter first, and now they are using some weird other platform. Who is so stupid as to give them money? These guys do not even have an adequate team to make a game half as big as the original Stalker, let alone a full game. They also stated that they had no concerns with the company, but if they ever did try and bring an unauthorized Stalker game to market, they wouldn't hesitate to take action. And guess what? That game never made it to market.
What a shocker.
Wow, what a mental rabbit hole. Honestly, I don't think the devs are completely to blame here. I mean, there is still no excuse for lying about filling your game up with Unity bought asset sets and basically just being shady as during the campaign's life. And, oh yeah, of course, stealing the name of their game, which they definitely did. But my guess is that Leonard led them down a rather dodgy path. If this campaign was funded, would it have ever got made? Hell no. Nothing this man has ever touched, from what I can tell, has ever been completed. Stalker Apocalypse the game was a game that many wanted, nobody got, that was being puppeteered secretly in the back end by a guy who had more failed projects under his belt than some of the worst I've ever covered. But unlike those campaigns, until now, he has done a pretty good job at hiding in the shadows.
No. Hmm. The climber has. It's I think he's from Sweden. This dude is whew, he's really cool. And no, I don't mean this dude. It obviously, well, it seems like he's from he is Norwegian. Whatever. Norway. What?
Women have been divorced from their meaning and purpose as wives and mothers.
Giving women choices does not remove meaning from their lives. It gives women who don't want to live exclusively in those narrow confines the opportunity to find meaning elsewhere. Shut the fuck up, Abby. Go back to talking about your hair. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was a little bit too much. Hello, lovely people. My name is Emma. Welcome back to my channel, and welcome if you are new. Today we are looking at the first episode of Classically Abby's brand new podcast. Why?
I don't know.
At some point, I think it was when I was doing a video, I think I might have signed up actually on camera, I can't quite remember. We're back and hopefully a bit less yellow. Perfect. I'm super with it today. Yeah, I think I actually did this on camera. I signed up for Classically Abby's email notifications. I think there was like, you signed up and you got like a download or some secret thing. I can't remember, but I did it for a reason. So now I get emails from Classically Abby. So I got one a couple of days ago that was like, new podcast is launching, and the first episode title really made me laugh. Episode 1 of the brand new podcast is called I'm Not Judgy. I'm
You
looking
very
out
last
for you.
more.
It's been retitled now. It's I'm looking out for you.
Oh, I'm so sad.
She loves to shout. And I poked fun at this, and I kind of shared it and said, this sounds like something a judgy person would say. I kind of hoped that it was almost meant to be in quotation marks. The capitalization in the title now makes me think that it wasn't. I kind of thought maybe it was meant to be like poking fun at people who say that, and like maybe it's a discussion on being non-judgmental, but it seemed like no, it's not. It is actually a defense of being a judgmental person. But I thought it'd be interesting to see what kind of stuff she's going to talk about. I thought it'd be interesting to see what this is going to be like based on the title, because it sounds like it's going to be judgmental, and I'm interested in how that's going to sound. So I thought we'd just take a look. I thought it'd be interesting, and I thought there's probably like one other person out there other than me who is intrigued by what this is going to be like. So let's do it. The Classically Abby podcast, episode 1. I'm not judgy. I'm looking out for you.
Hello, Classic crew, and welcome to the first episode of the Classically Abby podcast. I'm so excited to be recording here and doing it for the first time.
I'm not judgy. You're
completely
just
unedited.
wrong,
So she does the
bitch.
intro to the new podcast, it's a brand new thing. Oh my gosh, Abby, I'm really very sorry about the freeze frame that I've paused you on. She's talking about how it's different talking unedited in a podcast format versus recording for YouTube, where you can just kind of keep talking and then cut it out later, which is, yeah, it's different and interesting. It's not super relevant to my interests, so I'm going to skip past it.
And I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about what this podcast is going to be. So this podcast centers on classic living and traditional values, navigating the modern era as a traditional woman, as well as conversations with other people in this space.
So her usual repertoire. Classic living. I wish I had a way of describing to you, if you've not seen much from Classically Abby before. Yes, this is Ben Shapiro's sister. I know the comments will be flooded from, isn't she? She's Ben... Yes, she is. But for some reason, I don't know why this irritates me. It's just, I don't like when people get other people's names wrong, especially when it's like, you can very easily find out. Her name's Abigail Roth. She's married. Her name is Roth. For some reason, whenever I talk about Classically Abby, people always call her Abby Shapiro, which was her maiden name before she got married. Her name's Abigail Roth. I wish I had a way of succinctly, like, explaining what she means by traditional values and classic living, but I don't, because it's not a consistent ideology. I need a video from Abby where she says, these are the exact traditions that I'm following. This is what I mean by classical. because it seems like a mix of the kind of like American 50s housewife propaganda mixed with like she's a religious Jew, so the Hebrew Bible, which is obviously 2,000 years ago classic living, but she's obviously not living completely like that. She's got, you know, she's doing a podcast on a laptop right now, so how classic is classic, how traditional is traditional. Do you know what I mean? It's like very, there's no, and I say it's every time we ever come across a traditional values person, they never have, oh, I mean traditional to this era, because they're usually in like, you know, this one particular part of history, and it's like they're very angry about things like women wearing trousers, or, you know, men dressing in feminine ways. It's like disgusting and terrible and not traditional. And then it's like, but if you look at earlier traditions, they kind of like, you know, there is a period of classical history where men traditionally dressed what we would now consider in a more feminine way. Yeah, it just doesn't work as an ideology. It doesn't make sense. They would have to, I would love for somebody like Abby to say, oh, I mean these traditions, this period of history,
Yeah,
and
colors
this is
and
why
stuff.
I think that living in that specific period
It's just
of history
like,
is
just like
best.
150
she
years ago, pink
primarily,
was still a
or at
dude's
least she
color.
sort of purports
Like,
to
what?
primarily base this on
Just stop.
religion and faith, but that's not very, again, you know, 2,000 years out of date. That's not really how she lives her life. So I can't explain to you exactly what she means by classic, just that she uses it in the way that a lot of these, you know, modern women, they don't like cleavage, they don't like women having high-powered jobs instead of being stay-at-home mums. That's basically what it kind of revolves around. This kind of post-war, early anti-feminism kind of, you know, the fighting the early onset of feminism kind of vibe, which is interesting for me because that obviously centers around rights for women and fighting against them, which I find very bizarre. But maybe if Abby ever explained it, she would explain it in a different way. I would love to actually hear that and hear her justify her all over the place views. Let's carry on.
This podcast gives strength to the women who reject the modern narrative of womanhood and instead embrace real femininity.
The modern narrative of womanhood, like running your own business by having a YouTube channel and being a singer and running a podcast. It just seems like, and again, every anti-feminist woman on YouTube is the same vibe. If the world that you kind of purport to support, where only traditional femininity is supported, where you reject modern womanhood, whatever the fuck that means, because obviously being a woman means whatever the fuck you want it to mean, it doesn't. If it wasn't for women's rights activism, you wouldn't have this. If you lived in the world that you think is best, you wouldn't be running your own channel. You wouldn't. Maybe, I don't know, maybe her husband runs all the business and she's just the face of it. Maybe she is actually more closely tied to those values than, you know, it seems. But like, and she's going to talk about faith in this as well. And like, traditionally, per the Hebrew Bible, that's not really a role for women. She shouldn't be out here preaching. She shouldn't be making videos. She shouldn't be presenting. She shouldn't be doing any... She shouldn't. Obviously, I think she should and is clearly perfectly capable of doing that and doing well. But by her own standards, her vague standards, it seems like she shouldn't have any of this. One rule for me,
Oh no.
and another for them.
So that's the concept of the podcast. I'm really glad you're here. And before we get further into today's episode, then we're going to move on to our faith talk. So I haven't done quite a lot of this on my channel, and I miss doing it. I've done it before, but not as much as I would like to, and now we're going to bring that back into focus. So I am a religious Jew, in case you didn't know that, and I really like talking about faith and our journeys and our relationship to God. This week, at least, and we'll see how it goes moving forward, we're going to go off of the Torah portion, or the Parsha.
Ooh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, Abby might do a section of her podcast that I'm interested in listening to. Oh no.
And then lastly, we'll finish off with subscriber questions, and it's a little bit different for me. First thing I want to talk about is what the main topic of today is going to be, which is why I encourage women to be classic. So I talk about being classic all the time, and what I mean when I talk about being classic, I want to kind of explain that a little bit.
Oh my god, everything she's talking about is everything I want to hear. Do I have magic powers? I'm really excited now.
But why do I encourage it? Why is it so important? So many people get offended.
She's a witch! Burn her!
Tell them that there's a better way to live, and they think that it's coming from a place of judgment.
Mrs. Thorne.
And I'm here to explain why it isn't. If you're new here, I'm married with a 9-month-old baby. I will be married for 5 years in May, which is crazy. I can't believe time has flown by that quickly. And my son is the cutest. We call him Mr. Baby over here. What will we call him when he gets older? I don't act.
Mr. Toddler? Mr. Baby is actually really funny.
Actually, no. Mr. Boy? Perhaps. Especially as we have more children. If you didn't know, I also keep the identity of my baby under wraps. I mean, I don't show his face on social media, and I don't use his name because he didn't consent to it, and also the internet is a terrible place. And
10 out of 10 props for Abby. Please may other parents
No!
who are on the internet take this into account. I do think you can show your children in some ways, and there are some channels that do it very well.
Yeah, don't
where
use
their children aren't focused, they're not
AoE
part of it, just
magic
sometimes they will join in with things.
when you're surrounded
My
by
favourite
stuff.
example is
Never ever do
Eddie
that.
on Tom Scar and Friends. Whenever they do a challenge, sometimes his son Rick will be
Because you will always die to
and the only
a
time you see his son is
to a
them,
multi-hit
you know,
crit.
to do something silly, and because their channels don't touch anything like
Always.
controversial or anything, it's a lot safer. There's a right way to do it, but especially if you're like Abby and you touch something like controversial, I just think safest thing is just not feature your children at all, because people are going to be horrible. And also sometimes parents put stuff online that is really embarrassing, and I think about like what's that kid going to say when they're older? That's just going to be really awkward.
people hate me a lot, so they don't need to hate my son. So I decided not to share that information. So that's
Good.
why I call him Mr. Baby. I used to be a professional opera singer. If you didn't know that, that's partly why I chose the name Classically Abby, because I was a classically trained opera singer. And I moved away from that partly due to COVID, but even before COVID, it wasn't going to be my full-time career because I wanted to be able to devote my time to my family. And being an opera singer is really not conducive to that. I ended up doing content creation, talking about the stuff that I'm really passionate about. I feel that this is my mission, to talk about classic living and traditional values and modern femininity, and helping women find their place in this world that's telling them all of the things that they should be doing that will only lead them down a path of unhappiness.
That is judgmental though, isn't it? There's this real assumption that everything that she doesn't personally like... Because this is the thing I have with Classically Abby. She could be perfectly lovely. And a lot of the time she comes across very nice. Like, within her community of like-minded people, the content she makes is largely great. I think she does the less great stuff on purpose because that generates more views and clicks. Honestly, I think that's why she throws out some judgmental shade, and she could just... It's this bizarre anti-feminist lie where, oh, feminists are making everyone fat workaholics who hate men, or, you know, whatever, because that drives more views. And I think that's so sad, because if she just ignored that bit and said, for women who want to embrace this kind of classical living and more sort of modest femininity, I thought I'd share stuff about how I do that and how I live my life. Perfectly lovely. You know, advice for women who want to work from home and not spend too much time apart from their family. Advice for women who want to live their life in a faithful way. Just, you could do all of that in such a nice way, but she has to frame it as, and the other people are wrong. Because here's the thing, Abby, as much as you pretend this is not true, and I know because I've seen her talk about feminists before, what feminism is equality of choice for everyone. What I want is equality of choice for all people, including all women. That means that my worldview says that Abby can choose to stay at home, to make her videos as well, to do the things that she loves, to be with her family. Wonderful. Abby's view is that my way of living my life, my choices, are wrong and are going to lead me to unhappiness. That fucking sucks. And hooray for Abby that makes her money. You're inches away from a really fucking nice thing that you poison by pitting women against each other. I hate that. I hate that. It should be freedom for all women. Women supporting women. And Abby is just not there. And it makes me so sad. And it makes me sad that she kind of complains that people hate on her and don't like what she does when she is so close to being completely non-controversial, a really lovely channel, but she dedicates half her time, and she knows she dedicates half her time to doing this because it's calculated, right, to drive views. She spends half her time critiquing other women for their choices and calling them wrong and terrible and ruining society.
Content creator for about 3 years now, and that's kind of my background. So one of the things I want to mention today, if you're watching, is my hair. So I used hot rollers today.
I might skip ahead a bit because I don't know why we're talking about her hair. Maybe I'm just jealous because her hair looks fantastic and mine looks kind of garbage today. I'm gonna skip ahead because I don't really care about her hair.
That's where my hair is at. I film facing my pool, so that's reminding me that we just got our pool fence installed, and that was a great...
Oh, I'm skipping ahead again because I'm jealous. I don't know if I'd even want a pool because the maintenance seems like a nightmare. I don't know. I have this, and this is probably a flaw with me rather than anything else, but I have this, like, working class upbringing in the back of my head where I kind of resent wealth. And when I hear, I see Abby in front of her, I'm in my kitchen, my beautiful fucking big, gorgeous, perfectly clean kitchen. I'm looking out over my pool. We just had our pool fence installed. I feel like, fuck off. Like, realistically, I should be happy for her. I'm sure her and her husband worked very hard for what they have, and they deserve to have things that they enjoy in their lives. I just... something about sitting and listening to people... And I don't think she's even bragging. I think she's just talking, but it almost comes off, and again, I think this is a problem with me, it almost comes off like bragging. I just can't do it. I can't deal with it. I just want to, I just don't want to listen to Abby talking about having a pool, okay? I'm skipping ahead. I don't care. I don't care about her pool. I don't care about her hair.
As I mentioned earlier, people think when I'm talking about being classic,
here we go,
that I'm coming from a place of judgment, that I judge people who aren't classic, that I sit over here and go like, you're dumb for not doing what I'm doing. That's wrong. The truth is, when I'm talking about being classic, it comes from a place of wanting people to be happy. I know that that's...
So you are judgy. Fuck you.
It's hard. It's not hard to pick. It's hard to
damn it.
understand. I can see why somebody would come from that perspective. It's hard to
Just
accept
fuck
that from
off.
Abby,
Go away.
because
Do
she
your
won't
own
accept
thing.
that some
Leave
people want
other
to do
people
things
alone.
that aren't classic. I don't want the same classic life as Abby. That won't make me happy. The reason it comes across as judgmental, Abby, is because you tell people that you know better than they do what will make them happy. That's judgmental and kind of crazy? I don't know, conspiratorial? It's weird to assume you know better than somebody else what will make them happy. And she does this... She doesn't get it, even though she does this in reverse with her fake idea of what feminism is. Feminists don't want you to have kids or be a housewife. She doesn't like that because it's people, basically, it's an imaginary fictional enemy, which people do this all the time. It frustrates me greatly. It's very easy to argue against a fucking scapegoat that you've made up yourself, right? So she makes up this scapegoat of feminism. Feminists
Well,
say
straw
you're
man, not
allowed
scapegoat.
that feminists don't want you to be a stay-at-home wife. Why doesn't Abby like that? Because being a stay-at-home wife makes her happy. So that person would be really judgmental and incorrect to say that they're trying to do what... Do you see what I'm getting at here? Like, it's the exact same thing in reverse.
When I'm talking about being classic, it's because I know that being classic and maintaining traditional values leads people to live happier lives and have more meaning, have more purpose.
How do you know that? How do you purport to know that? First of all, you've got to define exactly what you mean by classic and traditional, which she said she was gonna, so I'm waiting for it. And then you have to prove to me that you know that other people, all other women, will be happier if they live basically your life. I wonder if there's anything classical or traditional that she does in her life that she doesn't really enjoy, but does anyway because she believes it will lead to a better world, a happier, you know, that she'll be happier in the future. Is there anything she does that she really doesn't like doing, that she thinks is better? Because that's what she's trying to impart onto other people. Or is it that she's very happy with living this particular life and assumes that everyone else will be happy doing the exact same thing?
The truth is that women have gotten more anxious and more depressed since they have lost their meaning and purpose.
Nobody's lost... What do you mean lost meaning and purpose? You mean since that meaning and purpose has expanded beyond just being a baby-making machine? Oh, she's getting frustrating. I mean, I should have known. She was going to explain what she means by, like, traditional living. Like, of course it was going to be frustrating, but God.
I feel really passionately about this. I read this article, and I know what I'm gonna do if oh gosh, I forgot to mention, my hard drive with all of my work on it has been broken by Mr. Baby pulling it down. On that hard drive is an article that I am really passionate about because it's written by a colonel. It was written in like the 50s or 60s, and I think it was written in the 60s because it was post.
No.
Sort of like it was the beginning of feminist ideology starting to pervade women's.
What a shocker!
Surely not a propaganda piece from the beginning of women fighting for their rights. It's not like there was a whole campaign of propaganda of women speaking against that, of women saying, particularly in the USA, of women saying, women's rights leads to fornication and adultery and unhappiness and big hairy feet or whatever. I'll try and find some of the propaganda posters because, like, to not identify that as propaganda is fucking hilarious. Childish? What's the word I'm looking for here? Like, infantile understanding of history.
And the interesting thing about that article is that it really talks about how women have been divorced from their meaning and purpose as wives and mothers, and because of that, they're more anxious and more depressed because they don't.
Women in that time period were like wildly medicated, partly because they were depressed and anxious about being a housewife to some shitty husband and having no choices. There is no way, Abby, especially not with a fucking article from the 60s, there is no way you can convince me that women are happier not having choices. You're aware that women still can be, and okay, I'm gonna go back on this in a second, and it's something that I talk about all the time, but women still can be homemakers and housewives. They just also have the option to do other things if they want. Now, if you are going to complain that more women aren't housewives, more women aren't stay-at-home housewives, women are working too much, your problem, and you're probably, if you've watched me a long time, you're probably sick of me talking about this because I bring this up whenever we talk traditional values and housewife stuff. The problem is that modern women cannot afford not to work, right? An income today, especially right now, financial crisis time, a single income does not support a whole family. So most women have to. The problem should be a societal one that, you know, means that can't happen.
I tried to walk to the left so hard because I saw that, oh god, I'm in range of both of them.
Can be things other than.
But somehow I didn't die.
Things that are derivative.
Obviously.
Her whole thing here is that a woman's purpose is to be something to a man. Basically, a woman's purpose is to be a wife. That doesn't stand on its own, right? It's something dependent on a man. A mother is dependent on there being children. She basically is saying that women don't have a purpose and meaning unless they're serving somebody else. Fuck that. Fuck that. Giving women choices does not remove meaning from their lives. It gives women who don't want to live exclusively in those narrow confines the opportunity to find meaning elsewhere. Shut the fuck up, Abby. Go back to talking about your hair. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was a little bit too much.
The clear picture of what they are for. So as we've told women that motherhood and being a wife is just kind of like a choice, something that you don't have to do, that some people want to do, but it's just like, something that's been forced on you by the patriarchy, and really your meaning comes from everything else.
Well, no. Your meaning doesn't. Your meaning comes from what you choose to. Yeah. Remember a minute ago when you said choice, and then you suddenly changed it to make it sound bad? Some people might choose to have a very spiritual life, and they get their meaning from faith, like Abby wants to talk about. Is that okay then, if they choose to do that, maybe instead of being a mother?
Women have actually gotten more anxious and more depressed because
I would say probably most people have gotten more anxious and more depressed. And I will highlight this, and maybe I'll look for some articles later. We've talked about this kind of thing before, and I feel like it's kind of redundant the way Abby's talking about it. A lot of the reason that things like mental health issues in general, seem to go up over time is because we are much better at identifying and diagnosing them. Like we were talking about that kind of 50s housewife era where women were just medicated up to the nines. You know, they weren't being diagnosed with anxiety and depression. They were being called hysterical and given some pills. So it might seem that more women are anxious now, but that's because now we can diagnose anxiety much more easily. And that's not gender specific, but it tends to be, I would say that probably, if you're wondering, the reason generally that women seem to report mental health issues higher than men is that men are more likely to underreport, or men are less likely to report mental health things. And you can talk about the stigma around that, and the fact that may be tied to Abby's classical values. It's just very irresponsible to just sort of say, women are more anxious now. More women are found to be anxious. Therefore, it's because they're allowed to join the workforce, etc. That's bullshit. That's pathetic reasoning.
They're making bad choices that are leading them away from the choices that would give them meaning.
Why are they bad choices? Are women working in fucking medicine research, you know, dedicating their lives to improving the health and well-being of people for future generations? Are they making a bad choice?
Yes.
Is that a bad choice that
Of
won't give
course.
them any meaning? It's so fucking stupid, and it's so fucking rich for someone who has just said that she spent 3 years now being a content creator. And she gets a lot of meaning from it. She said how passionate she feels, and I'm getting a bit overly passionate now because it's just, she's such a fucking hypocrite and she doesn't see it. It's frustrating as hell. Abby talked about at the start of this video how passionate she feels about sharing this content, about talking about these things. That involves doing a podcast, making a YouTube show, sending out her emails, doing her Substack stuff and her live streams. All of that would come under this modern femininity, you know, modern womanhood, the things that women are doing now. That it's a job that you're doing, you're spending that time working on something. She was just talking about her hard drive full of research. Somebody who is exactly like Abby could come along and talk about how she's making bad choices that are going to lead her to unhappiness because she's researching and producing content and reading articles instead of fucking being a mother right now. Does she not have a fucking shred of the hypocrisy there? Can she not see any of that? It's like fucking the transformed wife writing books and preaching while arguing that women shouldn't be allowed to preach, and they do this because they think, this is my assumption, Abby believes that she is following all these traditional values and classic living and whatever because she dresses modestly and because she talks about being classic and because she's married and has a child. Even though a lot of her life actually doesn't conform to that worldview in the way that she criticizes other people for, she does enough of it that she feels that everything she does is correct living. And because it makes her happy, everything she's doing must be right. So everyone should live like her and then they'll be happy. And clearly society will be better because I found one biased article from the 60s that confirms my bias. And because I don't care to understand history or context or fucking the increased reporting in mental health. If I ignore everything that doesn't agree with my worldview, it seems like I'm right, and so everything I'm doing must be perfect. And clearly then I've got to help other women by telling them that their choices are wrong. It makes me quite cross, because it's very hypocritical. And she could so easily not be. It's bullshit. Her explanations here for why she does what she does are absolute horseshit. Total
Horse
horseshit.
doo-doo.
The truth about it is that as women here's the real thing, right?
Emma's
There's a very
talking about
small
horse doo-doo.
percentage of women. 1%. 2%.
Oh, she.
don't
Emma is
actually
getting
want
triggered so hard by
Don't
this
want to have children.
wench.
1%, 2%. Citation needed? Source, my asshole. 1%. Shut the fuck up.
She's starting
first
to
of all,
get
here's
mad.
something kind of obvious
Holy shit.
That doesn't seem to
Nice.
come up. What about men that don't want kids? If you're talking about these heterosexual couples, man and a woman in a relationship, we're just kind of bypassing the fact, we're bypassing 50% of that relationship, right? And what they want. Not all men want kids, right? We're just putting it on the women because she has this, like, 50s housewife idea of a family where the wife is mostly responsible for the children, so it's up to her what she, like, what if the woman wants kids but the man doesn't and they come to some kind of compromise? Like, what? And let's say, I mean, this could be a huge discussion on its own, right? Why do people not want children so much? Huge factor is money. Again, if you're really so passionate about this, you should be passionate about the societal, the systemic problems. People can't fucking afford to have children, right? People can't afford to feed that many mouths. The environment, a lot of people feel very pessimistic about the future of the environment and they don't want their children to grow up, you know, what the future looks like. A lot of people feel very unstable politically on a kind of, you know, global political scale, and they don't want their children to grow up somewhere that might be dangerous or unfulfilling. There are so many reasons that people don't want kids. It is not just 1% of women who, I don't know, just want to live their life selfishly, or whatever Abby thinks. That's just so not reality, and it completely writes men out of the equation. There are men also who don't want to have children. Let's look at this Pew Research Center survey. This is in the USA, where Abby lives, so let's see. Some 44% of non-parents ages 18 to 49 say it is not too or not at all likely that they'll have children someday. 74% of adults younger than 50 who are already parents say they are unlikely to have more kids. Among parents and non-parents alike, men and women are equally likely to say they will probably not have kids. It is not an issue of feminists ruining womanhood for women, okay? It's not gender specific, it's completely related to other reasons. And people tend to have more kids when society is more stable and fruitful, when money isn't an issue. There are so many reasons
I
that
almost,
people not living
yeah,
classically.
I would have probably died if those dudes didn't die right there.
Either she doesn't actually care, or she genuinely is not very clever, or like completely close-minded. It's one of those three, or maybe a combination. But if you actually cared, and you had a shred of intelligence in looking this up, you would campaign for a better world, for a better society, for a more financially stable society that supported families. Because those things are what allow people and what make people feel more comfortable and more enthusiastic about having kids. This is going to end up being really long. Okay, we might break this into a two-parter. Let's do Abby on being classic today, and we'll do the faith conversation next time, because this is I've got too much to say. She really is, like, she's making me interested in the podcast because she's hitting all my talking points that I am interested in. As passionate as Abby claims to be about living that classic life, I am equally as passionate about disproving the myths that people like Abby use to uphold their views, encouraging women to have fewer choices, encouraging women to do things they don't want to do because of some imagined future happiness, okay? And when they use false statistics, when they vaguely reference one article from the 60s, and I can't believe that's not a joke, that's actually Abby's evidence in this, I am very passionate about debunking that bullshit and reminding women that things that are wrong with the world are not their fault, their choices are not their fault, men are also a part of the equation, women aren't solely responsible for the family. That kind of classical traditional thinking is demonstrably harmful to everyone, men and women, and that Abby does it under this guise of looking out for people is just gross. It's completely gross.
Very
so she's
disturbing,
just made up some bullshit
yes.
statistics about how many women don't want to have children. 1 or 2%. According to that survey, it's more than 1 in 5 US adults, which is 20%. Could you see the cogs whirring in my mind while I was thinking about that? We're actually looking at 20% of US adults, which includes men. So 1 or 2% of women is a bullshit statistic that she completely made up. She's invented that based on her own bubble, the echo chamber she lives in, which is very typical of how Abby seems to make choices and live her life.
Children that don't want to get married, that are happier doing something else. But the narrative...
Remember, you can get married and have kids and do something else. You don't... There's no law that says you have to choose one or the other. Okay, there's a lot of difficulty in place in terms of what workforces will allow in terms of maternity and paternity leave that can make that difficult. But in general, if we're going to be sort of generic about it, you can do other things. Abby is an example of that. She's a mother and a housewife.
God.
She's also got this huge business that she pours loads of time into. She's just conveniently sort of making it sound like she doesn't do that, even though the evidence is we're watching the evidence for it
I've
right
reached
now.
the end.
She
Oh,
kind of makes
Pinky
it
Shy.
sound like she's not from because she does it from home. A lot of these traditional values female creators will do that, and it makes me really fucking pissed off because it's deceptive on like a stupid like you have to be really ignorant to fall for that because you can see her doing it, or just completely ignorant of the work involved even when she describes everything that she does. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Is that half of women want that? That like it could be a 50-50 shot with you. That perhaps you will want those things, perhaps you won't.
Who cares what percentage of women want? Why is she hedging her bets on teaching women, you know, I think it's 98% likely that you'll want to do this. So do it and be, why can't I as a woman figure out what makes me happy on my own and decide based on that? Why can't Abby talk about, without this judgmental, you should do X, Y, and Z, women are being taught that they shouldn't and they should do this, blah, blah, blah. Women are happier if they do X, Y, and Z, whatever. If she ignored that, and if she did, this is the perfect freeze frame for how I fucking feel right now. This is how I feel at Abby right now. She could have her videos about classic living. These are tips, lifestyle tips. This is how I live my life with children and my family. This is how I balance this and that. This is how I live my classic life. This is how I dress modestly. And then the women who do want that can watch her videos and benefit from that, or the women who aren't sure what they want can watch that and say, okay, I quite like that actually, maybe that's the sort of life I want. Why does it have to be? She thinks her way is right, and maybe like 2% of women want something else, but whatever, fuck those women. This is how you should actually want to live, and it will make you happy. Why can't women choose for themselves? That's all I want. All I want is for women to have the fucking freedom of choice to do what they want. Why does Abby get a stake in women's choices?
That is the biggest lie that feminism has told women.
Again, feminism is a scapegoat. That's not what feminism is. You can find an example of a feminist saying something stupid and extreme, just like you can find an example of anyone in any group saying something stupid and extreme. Abby would be a great example for, I guess, the classical movement. Can we just briefly talk about, that's one of the biggest lies that feminists argue after she's just made up like 4 statistics in a row. Complete lies. Maybe like 50%, that's a lie that feminists tell you. She's just lied like 3 times in a row with made up statistics. And then she's made up another lie, which is a lie that feminists tell you. Fucking hypocritical. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just, she's unbelievable. I'm gonna have to beep that out because that was a little bit mean. She's unbelievable.
That it's like maybe you'll want those things. Totally incorrect.
Who cares? Let women figure out for themselves what they want. Why do you assume that most women will want exactly what you want? You self-centered cow.
99% of women want those.
99% of women want exactly what I want, except for the business part. They're not supposed to do that, but I do because I'm allowed. Isn't my hair amazing? I'm actually a bit tilted.
She's so triggered by the hair.
Promising. I was like, oh my god, she's going to talk about all the things I want her to talk about. She's going to answer all the questions I want answered. And then she started being a bitch about feminism and lying about what they tell women and making up statistics, all while hypocritically criticizing This fucking
What did you expect? All extremists do this. Every single one ever.
Disingenuous. I'm doing this because I care, and that's why I have to lie to you and be a hypocrite and make stuff up and, you know, like, awkwardly avoid the truth. That I am a businesswoman doing loads of hard work whilst being a mother and a wife. But you shouldn't do that, because it won't make 98% of women happy. I guess fucking classically Abby is the 1% outlier that she spoke about.
We give women this picture of like, oh, well, you'll see. It really leads women down a path of making poor choices, making bad decisions that make those huge, important...
And yet what Abby is... I'm just... Because it's me responding to her, let's compare what I am advocating for women and what she is advocating for. I am advocating for freedom of choice for women to live their lives just like men do, seeing what suits them, seeing what they want to do, learning what makes them happy. The normal human process of growth. What Abby is advocating for is for women to live their lives as she decrees, because there's a 98% chance that then they'll be happier. If Abby had her way, and all women made the choices that she says they should make, she's going to lead a lot of women down the bad road, making wrong choices that won't make them happy because they don't want to live their lives exactly like Abby. Suddenly she's responsible. It makes me so cross. It makes me so furious that she wants to, and this is so common across this kind of ultra-conservative circle. Oh, those women out there that say they're happy, they're not really happy. I know what makes somebody happy. I'm happy, and therefore everyone should live like me and then they'll be actually happy. It's a bit like ultra-religious
All them
people,
atheists
and maybe it's
actually believe in
interesting, but there's also
God.
people
I know
happy.
that.
When ultra-religious people say, you're not truly happy unless you accept God, unless you find God and get his love or whatever. You think you're happy, but you're not really happy. I fucking loathe that. Let people enjoy what they fucking enjoy. You are balancing being a mother, being a wife, and being a businesswoman, being a content creator, okay? You just talked about all the work you put in, all your passion, your hard drive full of research. You do not get to do that while telling other women who do that they are living the wrong life, making the wrong choices. You don't get to put having children exclusively on women. You don't get to write men out of that conversation. You don't get to ignore the actual factors. Here's a hint, it's not fucking feminism. It's not modern womanhood that affect people's choices to have children. It's fucking financial. And this is why this doesn't work in this conservative circle. Ultra-conservative.
Let's go!
Not some people lean a bit conservative, but are, you know, still normal and understand understand how the world works and can read and...
Nice start. What? Did I just get hit twice because I kind of oh, I think I armored myself somehow by using the buff. Basically had super armor, I think, and because of that I got hit twice. What the fuck? Not again! Oh my god. It just healed itself. What the fuck? I did not remember that skill. Also, that means it's dead. I think. Yep. Pinky Joy, no! Oh. Definitely not level 30. Ooh, I got one railgun and one polish. The railgun would be really good for a very, very hard forest. Oh, there's another one. That is it. Pinky Shy is dead. I do not own that weapon. I'm pretty sure these don't even drop yet. No, wait, I do own one of them, I just can't equip them. Actually, no, that's also a lie, I can. Those are the 300 MST thingies, I think. I just forgot to take them with me. The second to last picture had me wearing this staff in purple, and the very last one is green. Yeah, of course. Hey, that's it. Pinky Shy is dead. Yep. There's nothing left nothing forest related left. It's over. I guess I'm done for now. 25 hours. Jeez. It's kind of scary how long these missions took me. Like, doing these missions literally more than doubled my playtime with her. Because I had like 12 hours and 30 minutes or something like that when I left Ruins. Like when I first reached Ruins and pissed off after I realized how little damage I deal against the first room of enemies. But I was also quite shocked that I still was on a pretty good pace at that point. Because this character, well, the Force, horribly slow at the beginning. And I still wasn't even that far off of the Ranger. I mean, I was level 20 if I remember correctly, at the beginning of Ruins. And well, I was like half an hour lower in playtime than my Ranger. Yes, the Ranger had already cleared Ruins and killed Dark Falls at that point. So, but still, I was maybe an hour behind the Ranger, or would have been. That probably has to do with the fact that the Ranger, yes, the Ranger is really easy to play, but in the beginning you just don't deal any damage. Every single time you reach a new area, your damage just turns into an absolute joke. And I'm still not sure how you're even supposed to play through Ultimate like that. Like, this will probably stay a problem no matter how high you go. Like, I'm having problem dealing damage with her, with a buff and a debuff. I'm pretty sure the only thing you can do is just... At that point, I have to just give my mag attack. Attack, 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 attack. Like, I'm literally not allowed to give the mag anything but attack at that point. Primates and soul atomizers and nothing else, I guess. Well, I'm done for now. Bye-bye.